I think they missed it. I think just barely they missed it.
Damn it.
It's barely they missed one.
I counted and everything.
Did you count in your head or did you watch a clock?
I counted in my head.
We've learned a very important thing about Drake today. He is a fast count. A fast boy. A fastman.
So's that guy from Sesame Street.
It's because of
You heard him count?
It's because I got used to counting on my Canadian clock.
Are they fast?
True, that would do it. I don't know if I'm a
They have
fastman or
shorter
a
hands,
slowman.
you see.
I feel like I have to test.
Okay, I'm gonna count to 30.
I'm always 17 minutes fast.
I'm not actually doing it. So if anybody else is like expecting me to be timing this, I'm not. You're going to be very disappointed.
30.
Good.
Okay, am I fast or slow?
I was I wasn't timing you as I just said.
I was asking if via vibes. If we were all counting, it's who would know if it's all different times. Do you get the vibes of a slowman, fastman, or just on time like a wizard?
My vibe is that you were fast, but I do not have a measurement for that.
Fair. That's fine. That's how I do everything, like jerking off. Unless it's a really slow day.
A little fast
Then I do
or in
it-
about 28 and a half seconds.
Is that fast?
I'm
I
trying
find
to
it
think.
impressive, but I know Philo's found it disappointing.
We're just doing this for free today, huh?
It's because he's not here. It's his fault.
It's like, yeah, okay.
If he wanted it
How
up in
dare he
himself,
be
he
with
should've
his
showed up.
mother?
That was a self-roast.
Right, that was
It was a self.
Oh wait, yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Yeah. It's Philo judging. How dare we call him judgy?
He's not judging. He's the most accepting person I know.
I'll bet, looking back over my life, the montage of orgasms that I have had the great pleasure of witnessing firsthand.
Amounts to 15 minutes.
No, it's so much higher than that. But I'm willing to bet.
Wow, slut.
I did.
Wow.
That includes jerking off.
No.
My guess is there are at least a couple that are under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. I've got at least a couple under 30.
I don't
Right.
know if I've ever gotten anything under 30.
If we're counting,
I feel like I've gotten once.
if we're counting from the time that you actively start to finish, because you know, if you're just sitting there getting yourself worked up for 45 minutes and then you're like, all right, now it's time.
That doesn't count, right?
I don't know.
That's
when,
edging.
When does it count? Like, okay, but when does it count? What is the official start?
When you start touching your dick, that's
Okay.
when you.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
moment you start touching it
That's what I'm saying.
to release. Yeah. You done it under 30 a few times?
I'm saying probably at least once or twice.
Probably. Yeah, that's what I feel too. I just can't remember them.
You know, we gotta crank one out before you go to sleep. Sometimes those are fast.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, hello, welcome to Wake Up Fallen Man.
Hey, chat. How fast
Well,
do you jork your meat?
We'll cut this
Oh,
in post.
are we? Who's doing
Yeah.
Will we?
Do you?
What's your
You're
record?
the one that brought it up.
Is that true? I don't think it's true. What was the
think that is
conversation
true.
here?
I think Frisk.
Oh,
brought it up.
Frisk. Yeah, Frisk was trying to count 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you had to go and make it sexual.
You're right. It's my fault.
All I did was count numbers.
It's me, the party slut.
Mr. Feckman.
Famously.
At least people will
Famous.
stop accusing me.
It's not accusatory if it's you. It's
Wow,
empowering.
I,
it's empowering.
I
It's
love
empowering.
the implication that it is accusatory if it's me.
That's because you're the Christian upbringing.
He's the slut, parentheses affectionate. I'm the slut, parentheses
Derogatory. Yeah.
last time on Wheel of Fortune.
Wait. I'm trying to imagine a universe where Wheel of Fortune and like has lore that just
Continuity.
continues.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
continuity. I'm
What's
just like,
wheel? Is that where they spin a wheel and win prizes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the games where you spin a wheel and win prizes. Yeah.
How many game shows involve wheels?
Specifically, it's the one where you're playing basically Hangman.
Yeah. You spin and then you pick letters and you try to make the phrase. But then
Okay,
there's also
that
like
sounds
Price is
neat.
Right that has the big vertical wheel, which is, for my money, the coolest game show wheel.
What do you mean vertical? Like it's standing up?
Oh yeah, let me find
Yeah.
it.
I thought they were all standing.
It's no, Wheel of Fortune's horizontal.
So oh, it's down, like a table.
Yeah.
Does
The
that
problem
not
with-
seem more fair?
The problem with the Wheel of Fortune wheel is that it's like playing Hangman, except 1 in every 20 times you played, you just lost immediately.
Oh,
Drake has bad luck on 1 out of 20, so. Great.
No,
will
I
lose.
have very middling luck.
So you
okay,
would just
that
be
is
up
laying
there.
down.
Yeah.
I'd
so-
never go bankrupt, but I would only ever get the lowest cash value.
So that's the Wheel of Fortune wheel. This is the Price is Right wheel. Look how big it is. Look how chunky it is.
I want
Woo!
to put my
It's
Oh,
whole
wow.
body into it.
That's thick.
Yeah, I wanna go ham on that thing. I wanna see if I can get 14 rotations.
What's the record rotation?
I don't know, but I'm guessing it's probably about 14.
Is that why you immediately thought of 14?
Yeah. I was just trying to estimate it.
I want somebody to make that wheel, but have it be solid.
So yeah, like marble all the way through, like enough to kill
Yeah.
a man. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I just
this is
want to
a
see
temple
somebody.
of doom trap.
I want to see somebody try and spin a solid
Yeah.
Price is right wheel.
Oh, this is probably hollow,
This
yeah?
right is almost
Oh,
certainly
100%.
just
Yeah.
wood that's hollow on the inside.
At most, there is like foam in there or something just for
Mhm.
like structure.
I'm thinking now if there are any other game show wheels, and I'm having a hard time thinking of one.
There's
I've
a
never
big
seen either of these.
difference between these two wheels. You got the Wheel of Fortune wheel, which is flat, lazy, on its back, just sleeping, just nothing there. You spin it, it's slow. You're playing a word game. Who cares? Compared to the energy that the Price is White wheel is bringing, it's got lights, it's got sparkles, it's fully erect, it's ready to go. Everybody's jumping and laughing.
It's true. There is a very big energy difference between these two game shows.
Yeah. Price is Right has a wild fanaticism to it.
How many
By the way, if you
years
didn't
apart
know-
are they?
That's fully directed. Like before the
Oh,
game
yeah.
show starts, the director comes out and is like, "Okay, audience, I want you to be freaking wild no matter what happens.
Yeah.
I'm gonna flash the light that says go wild. When that light comes on, go wild. Okay, try. Perfect. More energy? Perfect. Better. Let's go."
True. Everything is fake.
I want to get
Yeah.
at least $5 for doing that.
Jeopardy is not fake though.
Which one's Jeopardy?
Potent potables.
I can't believe we can't think of another game show wheel.
I'm Googling right now. There is a recent one called Just Spin the Wheel.
The wheel. Yeah.
That sounds
Um,
on the nose.
And that's the only other one that I'm finding.
So there's only like 2 and 3 if you count that third one.
And neither one is
Wait.
truly about the wheel.
What about spin the choice?
The what?
Does it remember spin the choice?
Spin the choice? Googling.
Peggy Hill's little game show.
Oh, okay, I got it.
No.
I must not have seen this episode.
That is one of the best episodes.
Press Your Luck has like the rectangle, but it's
Yeah.
not a wheel.
And it's on a fixed pattern that a guy memorized once and got $1 bajillion
Yep.
dollars from.
Yep.
And then they changed it.
Oh. I've heard of that guy. Did they? That wasn't illegal, so he got away with it or something.
Right, yeah. This was also before the show instituted a max winnings cap, which they did immediately after his episode.
Oh,
Anyway,
I can't believe there's not like a roulette game show.
yeah.
Anyways, what else do you guys want to talk about today? Happy Mother's Day, y'all. First of all,
happy American
Oh,
Mother's Day. Ours
yeah.
was a while ago.
yeah, for all the Americans and Canadians out there, Happy Mother's Day. And if you're not American or Canadian, lucky you. Um,
True.
well, if you're not American, at least.
Yeah.
Canada's doing all right now.
How very dare you?
Thanks, America. So yeah,
By the way,
what else do you guys want to talk about?
Maybe some D&D.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I
It
guess.
happened last time.
Do people say thanks America like they used to say thanks Obama now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except,
by the way,
it's not
Canada is
ironic.
Canada is in America, but
We're in North America.
Only because America says so.
Everyone knows that colloquially, America means the United States of America and not the continent.
you say everyone. Americans think that.
That might be true. I honestly couldn't tell you.
See what I did there? Okay, you'll get it. It was funny.
Explain it to me. But not now. Right now we're playing D&D.
Somebody do the recap.
Can't be doing it 3 times in a row.
Get out there, recap boy. Go on.
What did we do? We got to the cathedral after beating up on the big bad monster thing with the teeth and the tentacles
Oh,
and the
right.
pig heads.
Yep.
Upon reaching the cathedral, we find it in disrepair. Horrible disrepair. 10 years of like wild growths, just wilderness taking over. Probably really pretty, to be honest. In a ruined city taking over by nature again, sort of way. Like in the Last of, not the fucking Last of Us. What the fuck was it called? Was it Last of Us?
Yeah, last.
Yeah, Last of Us. No giraffes though.
And like I Am Legend and a bunch of other post-apocalyptic zombies.
Yeah. I like that they get the plants to cover urban areas again. That's what they call cities, right? Urbans?
Urban decay kind of aesthetic.
Urban decay. That's a pretty aesthetic. Make a ranger class out of that, but make it good. We
There
got-
is
no?
one
Is there?
from an old 3rd edition splat book called Dragon Mech about driving giant mechs in fantasy.
That sounds really cool, honestly. Someone
The Ranger's shtick was exploring ruined post-apocalyptic cities, but there was also a subclass that was all about exploring the clockwork mechanisms inside the giant walking machines.
rad.
That is pretty rad.
Setting specific, but rad. Yeah, at the cathedral, we found a bunch of stuff, including the place where the spirits were sealed, the 7 spirits, and also Atropos were sealed in this antechamber with all these stained glass. I don't know what to call them. Coffins? Windows? Something like that.
Yeah.
And we found a flooded basement, or whatever it is, library, where most of the books were kaput, ruined, unusable. But there were several that were still salvageable, especially ones that were in glass cases, which Jupiter, Alistair, and Kohaku went to reading, from which Jupiter learned a spell. Kohaku learned stuff, and Alistair also learned stuff. I don't remember what they learned. I wasn't there.
A ritual.
I was a ritual. I was there, but not in character. I was outside.
I can cast the dream spell.
That's great. We the entire time this was happening, Stain was just kind of cleaning the place up. We'll take a long rest here, kind of. He's trying to like repair what was lost, finding a way to to make do. It was a form of self healing, a form of like putting things back together, what have you. It felt good. It felt nice. Then we decided to go where we headed. We're going toward Camlan, I think.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Was that correct? Yeah. We decided to go to Camlan while we're sitting around, but not before we try to use the dream spell to enter Tanker's dream one more time.
Yep. And then you were also planning to swing by the Temple of Stone on the way.
Oh yeah, the Temple Stone is right on the way.
Ultimately looking for information about Morven, the Red Tyro, but we have a lot of pit
I've-
stops along the way.
Yeah. I've never actually been there before, but I have the suspicion that, like, I don't know, there's a sword on it or something.
I am going to, not really retcon, I'm going to expand on some of the information that you guys discovered.
Sweet. I love expansion.
We're back. We're so back.
You would. You guys also find in some of the other books that you guys find, there are some like essentially sort of like research papers and kind of theoretical magic papers discussing a couple of different theories, particularly those discussed by Dr. Stein, who was essentially the big thing that he was kind of like prior to all of the shit with, breaking the world and stuff. He was originally primarily researching utilizing the Dreamland, the Tir Nanog, as essentially a source for medical magic and healing. Essentially, the idea of like positive thought and how that can aid in healing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But magic and far more effective. But with that, one of the theories that he had, and one of the things that ended up sparking his kind of that kind of medical tilt to a lot of his research, was the idea that Tir Nanog and Shoal, but primarily Tir Nanog, as like the place you go when you sleep. The reason that he posited for that was essentially that it is the place where your soul essentially recovers. So as you go through your day and you build up stress and just experiences, it kind of wears down your soul, decreases your energy, and through sleep and through dreams and nightmares and other experiences while we're sleeping, that's how your soul essentially recovers from that.
Amen. What a legend. What a hero, this guy. He knows my pain.
There was a lot of pushback against this theory because there are various creatures and things that don't dream and they have souls. So why don't they need to sleep? And he posited essentially that although those creatures don't need to sleep, many of them still do rest. And one of the other planes of the slumbering realms is Elysium, which is the plane of essentially like logic and reasoning and critical thinking. And so for those creatures that don't sleep, they kind of recover energy from that aspect of the slumbering realms. all of this leads into some other information that you guys are able to find about like souls and soul deterioration and the stresses that can be put on them. And something that you don't have a particular, or maybe you do currently. I don't think you guys have any way of proving this. A lot of this is just research papers and like theoretical stuff. But essentially, it says that as like souls wear down and get more and more stressed and need longer to recover, this is one of the kind of reasonings for why certain people will fall into like a comatose state. It's because they need a prolonged time in like Tirnanog or Shoal or wherever to essentially let their soul recover and rest. And I think that brings you guys to some theories that if Tankard had 4 very powerful spirits inhabiting him, all fighting for control and pushing him down, essentially, that means he's probably been very worn out.
Right.
And so for the next, like, it's possible that he is simply just exhausted and needs time to recover.
Girl, I get it. I understand. We got to go to the Feywild to get his soul back because he just got so socially drained that he is now a corpse, a vegetable.
Is this what introverts are like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
But yeah, essentially, I think what you kind of piece together from that, or at least one of the theories that you come up with, is just that he might just recover naturally, but it might just take some time, and you don't have like a way to estimate how long it could take.
This
Not
plot
without
brought to you by
spending
introverts.
Ton of money.
Accurate.
I suddenly have second thoughts about trying to lesser resto him. If dude's soul is weary from too much of the material plane, maybe we just let him rest.
Oh, am I here?
Yeah,
This
presumably.
point?
I would assume so.
Yeah, I assume we would all be discussing this together.
Well, it's been several days. I guess we've been like in and out, kind of chatting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm tired and you wake me up from a nap, I'm gonna be very upset. So yeah, maybe we do just let him sleep.
If we wanted to, we could potentially ask the stars how long he's out. It's expensive.
How much?
Let me check. I think it's 50. I gotta double check. 25 gold.
I think I can get that maybe after your long rest.
I can do that
Instead of-
same thing for the low price of only 300 gold.
Why is yours more expensive?
Because it's better, it's Legend Lore.
It's true, it's Legend Lore. Yeah, Legend Lore is really good.
I get like a little cryptic answer that the DM is explicitly encouraged to make cryptic. And then Legend Lore, it's like, you pay 500 gold and the DM exposits for 10 minutes.
Yeah. On something that's legendary.
Yeah.
Tankard isn't exactly legendary, so it would work on this. I've got money. I can fork 50 over.
Cool.
Instead of casting Dream at the end, instead this, I guess.
Yeah, Dream would be free, and if you want, we can still like go in there and
Stream
try
free?
to talk to him.
Yeah, when I was inside, he was asleep. Even in the stream. Kind of weird.
We also, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be good to actually talk to him and find out how he got in the state and whether he interacted with Talon and what happened, right?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Then maybe it's worth
Just
doing
that-
that anyway.
Yeah, it's just that orb does the same thing, right? Or something different. The orb does something different.
It's my understanding that the orb kind of acts as like a surrogate body, sort of like how they were originally given, or their bodies were turned into like artifacts and weapons. This is essentially a pseudo body, a fake body to reside in for a while.
Okay.
Admittedly, I'm
It's-
still figuring it all out too. I don't have all the answers.
Dream shit's complicated and the real thing, unlike science.
It's so wild to hear that from somebody who doesn't accept that gravity exists. One of the simplest
doesn't.
forces in physics.
I believe it exists. I just don't think it's caused by
It's okay, Jude.
the
Cling to
entire
whatever
universe.
belief you need.
Oh, is that Goku?
I just don't think it's caused by the entire universe being made of multiple like enormous balls that we all live on and don't fall off of for some reason that float in space. I don't get it. I have to admit I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, things just go down. It's just that's the gist of it. Heaven is up, hell is down. They want to drag you to hell. That's why people go to try and sin a lot.
I see.
People are tempted to sin because hell wants us.
Well, all right. I know that it would be very hard to convince you without actually taking you up high enough into the sky that you can see the curvature of the Earth. And I don't know of an easy way that anyone could do that without suffocating. But maybe
I'm still trying to figure out how
What do you
you've
mean?
become convinced of this.
It's very easy, actually. You can erect poles vertically in the ground and measure the shadows that they are casting at a simultaneous time of day, and they will be different lengths.
That's just measuring how high the sun is.
Sure, yeah, kind of.
What's this weird random shit you're adding to complicate things?
The
Yeah, I don't buy it.
First, you need to understand the principles of cos, sine, and arccos, and tangents. Also
Oh my
kinda
gosh, what are these
it's simple geometry.
magical words?
First of all, shadows do what shadows want to do, okay? Shadows move around. I've been attacked by shadows.
That's true. No, there are spirits of shadow for sure. There are many things that violate the baseline rules of the universe, and we call those things magic. Magic is just a word
Am I a
for
magic?
the parts of physics that don't behave like the rest. Yeah, you've got some magic going on. I've seen you punch fire and destroy, like, cleave rock with your bare hands.
Well, that's just good old training. Punching fire is not training. Punching fire is getting in tune with the dreams.
Yeah, you literally saw me punch fire, and to be fair, it required
A
someone
hand wrap,
passing me a
which is-
torch, and it took 3 weeks
Yeah.
for my hand to heal. But
Yeah, that was not magic. There's no magic there except for the magic of physical comedy.
Burning your hand is physical comedy. I mean, I guess it was pretty funny at the time.
Listen, there are like 3 things in the universe that are truly universal. 1, sometimes physical pain is comedy. 2, some noises are universally funny. And 3, music.
Just music.
Yeah, just music. And even that is kind of... Boy, I could rant forever. I'm vamping
there
all
must
the
be,
DMs
like-
away.
So there must be like music up there.
Probably. Scales change from culture to culture. I hear different scales when I travel between the 3 continents.
I was confused for a moment. It's looking down on my hand because he said scales.
Oh yeah, that's also a kind of scale.
Talking
And
about
also
something
merchant
else.
scales. Merchant scales also... Okay, get this. Merchant scales also change from port to port. You sometimes... So, like, the reasonable portion of the world uses one scale, but then we come over here to Camelot and they use a different scale.
I'm aware of the exchange rates, yeah.
Yeah, they call shit like yalms, and they measure in soccer fields and stuff like that.
What's a soccer field?
It's a sport.
We have Quidditch here. You don't.
Yeah, you would.
yeah, we have wrestling.
That tracks.
Do have
better.
like whatever it is they do in medieval time. Let me look up medieval sports.
Depends on what region and how far back you're going. We're about at the point where
we
cocaine is
have-
taking off. Yeah.
We have farming
Um,
and horseshoes and shinty, a stick and ball game. We got falconry, that's for the rich folks. We got wrestling, hunting, jousting, archery, tournaments. Bowling? What? Bowling? Really?
yeah, that tracks for me. A lot of like long
Skittles?
a lot of lawn games originated in like medieval Europe. I feel like surely football is old enough. Hang on.
Knights? Okay, it's mostly done. The sports were usually done by knights. Okay, sports played by ordinary folks. What do they have? Okay, ball game, wrestling, horseshoes, shinty, stool ball, hammer throwing. These are peasant games.
Mobility peg.
I don't know what these are. There's a game just called ball game.
Yeah, I'm reading up on it too, and there were obviously tons of ball games, but none of them had the rules written down super well.
Shinty is also a ball game. Stool ball is also a ball game. I don't know what stool ball is. Maybe I feel like the stools they sat on would be like the goalpost or something. Let me look up stool ball.
From an early account of kicking ball games in England from 1321, William de Spalding, Canon of Scoldham, the Order of Sacringham. During the game at ball, as he kicked the ball, a lay friend of his, also called William, ran against him and wounded himself on a sheathed knife that he was carrying, editor's note, for some reason on a soccer field, carried by the canon. He died within 6 days. This man brought a knife to play sports with. This isn't Blood Bowl, this is soccer.
That does sound pretty medieval, doesn't it?
I guess.
They didn't really nail down the rules yet.
We commonly think of people from these times as like stupid as dirt, right?
They're just vicious, apparently.
Right. Like I can't imagine taking a knife onto a sports field and expecting it to go well.
It is
He
just
won,
like
didn't
did he?
He did. He walked away a winner.
Was he penalized at all?
He just accidentally killed his friend.
His opponent. There's a difference.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so I thought stool ball was cricket. It's not. I'm gonna send you a fucking. I don't. There's signposts in it. There's a bat and a ball in the game.
Huh.
In 14th century Sussex.
Divide that by 8, please.
How'd you
Did I
guys
want
get
that?
onto old sports?
We were trying to figure out what old sports were there in Camelot.
Yeah, true. This actually stayed moderately on topic for a while. It took us a while to veer off.
Yeah.
So
probably,
we looked at medieval stuff.
probably all of the Olympic sports were there in some form or fashion.
Maybe. Or maybe they were like, nah, those people were savages. We don't do this naked.
They probably didn't.
Well,
do
yeah,
it
but, like-
naked. Yeah, but they respected.
But yeah, like for example, shot put, like
They have hammer throw?
and hammer throw, right? These are Olympic sports, but they also like there's the British in this period would have had like caber tossing, right? Same kind of sport, but adjusted for the area.
Yeah. Throw heavy thing was a
Right.
sport. They're literally a game just called ball game.
Anyway, welcome back, Drake.
Hi, yeah, we were vamping.
You guys are so good at vamping. I'm so glad that we're just talking about sports instead of weird shit again.
It's most of what we do, actually. I think we've
You
made
guys
more
would-
than we play.
You guys would definitely know that caper toss is definitely one of a very popular sport here in Camelot.
Probably suck at it. What do they
You-
throw?
yeah.
Capers? Like fish?
Caber.
That's a kipper. A caper is a it's like an olive.
Close enough?
And a K-burr is a big log.
I can throw like sticks. If it was like a stump that was about my size, I could throw it. A little log.
Anyway, the only good sport is wrestling.
Wrestling's pretty fun.
The K-bar needs to be about 6 times your height.
Okay, 6 times my height. How heavy does it have to be?
I don't know.
So it has to be 18 feet tall for me to.
Between 100 and 180 pounds, and they range from 16 to 22 feet. No. 16 to 20 feet, and between 90 and 150 pounds.
I can split those with my bare hands. I can't throw them.
So anyways, what do you guys do?
Dream?
Yeah, if you are ready, then when we go to bed tonight, I will do the dream ritual and I will send you over.
Okay, just do I need to be asleep for it?
No, we'll wait until we think he is asleep, which is probably any time, given his current state. And the spell will put you to sleep.
Okay, spells can't put me to sleep. I could just be asleep.
Yeah, that'll work. Or at least probably work. Maybe we'll find out
Give me
together.
some time. I don't normally have to sleep anymore.
You're good.
Sleeping's a weird thing for me.
Since our next plan happens after we go to bed, that gives us a little bit of free time.
Yeah.
I challenge Nara to a sumo match.
Hell yeah.
Sumo.
Well, you're all gonna have to wear a mawashi.
Correct.
Now,
It's okay. I've got some in my trunk.
aren't sumo people normally very large? Isn't that part of it?
You don't have to be, but it helps.
Yeah, it helps.
Okay.
Helps a lot.
But Nara and I are fairly even
You're similar,
in size and
yeah.
strength. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know enough about the sport to understand how important of a role it is.
It's kind of hot.
Sure.
It's a bunch of really strong slapping and pushing and grappling and rolling. Those big dudes can roll. Why are you laughing?
It's just like a couple of dumplings rolling around on the fighting pit.
Right. First,
They're
we
really
need
strong.
2 opponents. We've got that. Then we also need an announcer.
Somebody who understands the sport should do that one.
I'll do it.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
We-
And we need
We
a
need
ring.
a ring.
I can make one.
There's. Yeah, okay. Let's find a big enough place. Let's move around these pews.
You just need a circle on the ground, right?
Has to be a certain
I
size, but
haven't
yeah.
know the sport though.
Did you overcommit?
Maybe.
That's okay. I'll tell you what to do. It's easy. Basically,
Okay.
all you have to do to
That
start with.
seems like a conflict of interest.
All you have to know is my name and Nara's name. A sumo match is entertainment for the spirits and for the people, but we honor the spirits, so it's very important when we walk into the ring in our ceremonial garb. Nara, you all dressed up, ready to go?
Well, you gotta dress down. Put on the mawashi.
Yeah.
That's what you grab each other in.
I'll help you change.
So how is this paying respects to the spirits? By pushing the other person out of the ring.
Well, they appreciate the spectacle of it. It's entertainment for them.
Okay.
There's all a ritual that goes
I'm
along with it.
entertained for sure.
See? Pretty good.
Okay. So we're all dressed up. We're in the ring. First, we perform the Shiko. We stomp our feet onto the ground, kick up as much dust as you can, throw salt all over the ring to purify it, chase away bad spirits. Okay. So we're going to stomp, pump, pump. We're going to kick sand everywhere. We're going to throw salt everywhere, throwing salt everywhere.
Ow.
Salt? You didn't say anything about salt.
That's not your job. That's my job.
Wait, yeah.
Competitors will purify the ring.
Does salt only get rid of bad spirits, or are we going to accidentally hurt him?
Would sugar suffice?
No,
It's gotta be salt.
We'll be battling on a sea of ants by the third round. If we do sugar.
Please do not bring ants into the temple. I just
Oh.
cleaned it.
I assume we're
Hardcore.
doing this outside, right?
Outside's
It's
mostly
another-
dirt. It's not bad.
Now that the ring is purified, the announcer will announce our names, our official names.
Do you throw salt everywhere?
Well, there you go. Well,
I
Oh,
guess
you
he was
pulled
an
it.
evil spirit.
that does make sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, mercantile greed, I guess, maybe.
Really?
No, I'm just trying to justify it.
All right, Stain, you're up. You're the announcer now.
All right. Is your surname Kodo? Just Kodo?
Yeah.
There. Okay. To the west, Kodo Nara. And to the east, Kiroame. Fucking Kohaku, right?
Wow.
I forgot the name Kohaku.
Yeah.
You remembered Kuroame, but
Right,
not
not
Kohaku.
Kohaku.
Yeah.
The name we call him every day of our lives.
I nearly okay. You have to understand the number of expletives I had to stop myself from yelling before saying Kohaku, and I only ended up with fucking.
Oh my god.
That makes sense.
It's a hard journey. Okay.
Are the spirits entertained?
Now, well, not yet. We haven't started yet. Okay, so now we crouch, Nara. Okay, and then the match can only begin when we both consent to begin the match. Okay, it's up to us when the match begins. Okay, so we're gonna nod at each other. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we throw each other out of the ring. It's
Alright,
gotta be
both-
athletics, right?
Yeah, both of you give me athletics checks.
Let's do this.
Oh,
As referee, I have to be impartial.
Right,
Kohaku shoves Nara real far back. Nara, you can feel your heels are already at the edge of the ring.
Oh,
Both you guys give me another set of athletics checks.
I shall not be yeeted.
Yeet.
God.
Kohaku, how do you do this?
I do have expertise in the skill. It was not fair. I'm just gonna pick him up by his ceremonial underwear, spin him around, and launch him. Literally, yeet him in through the air out of the ring.
Oh.
Hey! And that's the winner.
Hey.
Nico comes over and catches you, Nara.
Oh. Damn, we got stronger.
Trots over and drops Nara at your feet, Kohaku, like he wants you to throw him again.
Throw him again.
It's a good bit. Good bit.
Oh, he's gotten big enough to like bring Nara back like a stick.
And now the spirits are pleased. They're entertained by our athletic performance, our display of spiritual purity and physical purity, and our bodies as well.
Does that have a mechanical benefit, or are you just, you know?
Well, I'm not convinced there are spirits here, but if there are, they're entertained.
Okay.
What was I about to say? Oh,
There
right.
was a spirit, but then he purified.
True, we got rid of the only spirit that was here. You say the spirits are
Casper's gone.
entertained by our purity of mind and of our soul and our heart, but also of our body. Are spirits
Athleticism.
in
Yeah,
us?
they appreciate displays of skill, of talent, of physical ability. Yeah,
Okay, but they don't
same way
like,
we do.
they're not like pleased by it.
Some of them are.
Are
I
they?
heard some gods like actually like take you up into the heavens if they like you enough.
Like to bang?
Like to kidnap and keep forever.
Yeah.
On the subject of that, isn't banging also like a physical display of,
Right.
like, do they get off on watching it? Are gods all weird?
The question I'm really asking here is, are spirits sexually attracted to mortals?
Some are.
I'll ask you this: are mortals sexually attracted to mortals?
I'm sure some are. Yeah.
I'm sure
Oh wait,
some are.
mortals to mortals? Yeah, many are. Several
I
are.
was just, wow.
A shocking number of them, actually. They're hidden among us.
Spirits are very individual. There's no way to answer that question necessarily.
Huh. I just never even contemplated.
Disgusting perverts.
Can they interbreed? Is there a half spirit or half spirits among us?
I'm not a priest. There are half spirits. No, yes, absolutely there are. Yeah,
Because
there
half
are.
demons, right?
There's spirit possessions. Demonic possessions. Half demons, half spirits, half ghosts. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Hang on. Roll that back. Half ghosts?
Yeah.
How's that
When a ghost and a mortal love each other very much, they may produce.
So does the ghost have to? Does the ghost have the baby, and then they're like half? Like, how does that work?
Right.
Well, I've
Like,
never
if you
met
have
one.
if you have a half mortal in your
That's a dead
ghost
person.
pussy, doesn't it just like fall out? Like, I don't
How do you-
understand.
Yeah. How do you feel that?
Give me an
Gussie?
Arcana check.
I'd love to. I would love to. Yes. Please tell me how the Gussie works. 30.
It's a 30 of finding out how ghosts procreate. See, they kill a child, and then it becomes a ghost.
It usually takes place in a pottery studio.
Mhm.
So
Do they wait for the sperm to die and then grab it? or-
there aren't. So there aren't half ghosts
Thank
in
you.
in the way that Kohaku is projecting. However,
Abortions.
However, there are cases where two mortals will, if two mortals have a child together, but one of those mortals is possessed at the time, frequently the child will show certain like unique traits
Huh.
as a result. This can result in things like Asimar, tieflings, in the case of like celestial or demonic possessions, as well as children with strange kind of ghost-like things if they are one of the parents is possessed by a powerful spirit like a banshee or something.
If you're
Okay.
possessed, are you a part of a threesome, or is it like
Thank
really,
you.
really
Kind of.
close cucking?
It's a little bit of both. Kind of depends on who you ask in the situation, how consensual it is.
Oh my god.
Um,
You listed a banshee. I can't imagine being possessed by a banshee and wanting to get down like that. Like that's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
You know what?
I mean,
Banshees
depends
have
on-
needs, I guess.
Depends on what the like. Banshees are many ghosts are the result of like traumatic deaths and things like that.
You know,
but
that gets me
some
hard.
are also the result of like unfinished business, and frequently things like unrequited love can lead people to dramatic action and leave a ghost behind.
You beat me to it, Alistair. We have about 7 months to find a consenting and willing third party with a vagina who's able to give birth.
Okay.
Um,
You're gonna possess them when, if you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
following. You're following.
Got it.
But yeah, in the case of half ghosts, children have shown just strange traits, typically things like they're very cold, they have like a lower body temperature, slower heart rates.
Snow
Some
White
will
hair.
have like, yeah, silvery hair.
Glowing green
Glowing
eyes.
green eyes.
Sometimes.
What are you guys referencing?
Can they walk through walls or disappear or fly?
Okay, right, got it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch that much.
So wait, Jupiter and Allie are gonna try for a kind of mixture of puppeteering and cucking.
Yeah, Jupiter.
Like
Jupiter needs his next campaign's character. Yeah.
like
we have also
cucketeering.
skipped straight to consummating the marriage and the
yeah,
the baby part.
this is a conversation that is mostly a joke. I don't know if I'm ready to have a child that quickly, but it's fun
Okay,
to think
but
about.
being
You won't have to have the child.
Oh yeah,
That's
you're
the best
right.
part.
That's their problem.
All right, you just get a pump and dump, and that's our problem.
yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that. I have very strong feelings about that, actually.
Yeah, but it's called cucketeering.
Puppeteering.
Yeah, like
Puppeteering,
but cucking.
okay.
So
Okay.
cucketeering.
Okay.
You're a cucketeer.
The three cucketeers.
That's a new kind of ghost.
The three cucketeers.
This has all been so enlightening. Thank you.
The three of them just
watch while the
Okay.
fourth one does the actual deed.
Have so much
I'm
to think
glad-
about over the next 6 months.
Uh-huh.
I'm really glad that I was able to finally break out my Gussie lore.
I'm glad I
Didn't think it was
got
going to
to
come
reveal
up,
my-
but
my
I'm very
Gussie
glad. I can always trust Biscuit to spew some random shit and make me exposit for a while.
I didn't know you had deep lore prepared for gussies.
You guys haven't even scratched the surface of
A poltergussie?
Right. We need to remind ourselves that most of us are furries. Drade is a monster fucker. We've tapped into his territory here.
Also a monster fucker.
As long as it overlaps, he won't shut us down because he's into it.
Right, yeah.
So if anyone's seen the JJK movie, yeah, the girlfriend, really hot. The one that's mostly teeth.
I don't know this reference. I'm just now thinking about
I
a
do.
woman who's mostly teeth.
I'll find a picture for you.
Thankfully, Googling JJK did pull up the anime you're talking about.
Rika.
Oh, this is another anime that I know the ending theme for, but I've never actually seen. It's like One Piece.
It's been quite good.
Yeah.
Has all of One Piece had a single ending theme for the whole time?
No. They've gone through a bunch of them.
Okay.
I just know I know
It's
multiple.
probably
I was-
hundreds by now.
Right, I assumed that there were at least a dozen, if not more.
It's like 30 or something.
Right.
Well, if I look up Jujutsu Kaisen teeth, I just get a bunch of screenshots where they've edited people that have like one tooth left.
The opposite of where I thought that was going.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's this lady. Here you go. It's in voice for Biscuit. Oh, it's a big file.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm.
Okay.
She's very affectionate.
Okay.
Don't be mean to her.
That's nice. We'll pass.
Look at this size difference.
But also look at her weird exposed ribs, but on the
Hell
inside.
yeah. Basically abs. And also she has no tits. That makes my inner gay happy. Outer gay too, I mean.
All right. You guys want to do anything else while we're here? Are we staying here one more? Like, we stayed here for a few days to get that long rest, right?
We
Yes.
finished long rest?
Okay, so I assume that we do this dream at some point over the course of that long rest.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do it at the
Oh,
end
right,
of the long
right, because
rest.
it would interrupt the long rest. Yeah, so it does have to be
Yeah.
right after we finish the long rest. So, so the question now is, do you want to stay here one more night and do it here, or should we set off and then I'll do it at wherever we make camp for the night?
What about we do it here one more time?
Yeah, it feels fitting being close to like the Dream Cathedral to do it.
This was placed here for a reason. Could be something. Ley lines, star alignment. I don't know.
Right.
But
I mean,
this place has power, and I don't know what it is.
I hadn't considered it until now, but now that he has mentioned that, once we kind of wrap up the sumo and go back to doing whatever we're doing for the day, can I like study the area? Is this a place of significance magically?
Sure. Give me a Arcana check or an investigation check.
21.
Do you tell me about your theory / want help?
Yeah, I assume we have this conversation as we're wrapping up sumo, and I'll like kind of mention I hadn't even considered it, but maybe.
26. I probably should just remove the investigator's goggles. There's no way I'm ever going to have an attunement slot for that ever again.
You've given it away too, I think.
Did
I
I?
can't remember. I feel like I vaguely remember you gave it to someone, but maybe I'm wrong.
You gave it away, but you did take it off. Still, a 26 is great, and a 21 is quite good too. I think, Jupiter, you don't find anything that feels particularly like magically significant to this place. As you're kind of investigating, you do find that there are a lot of kind of along the perimeter. You do find that there is essentially a set of stones that have been laid out, and they all have some runes and carvings in them. And you find that this is probably part of the kind of barrier that kind of like antipathy feeling that you guys were getting is the result of this.
Right.
But you don't find anything that is especially like, oh, there's a particular ley line that is lining up here. Alistair, however, as you are kind of like looking around and stuff, similarly, you don't find anything magically that is significant to it, but you do find something that is like geographically significant, and you think that the reason it was built here is largely due to its proximity and orientation towards Avalon.
Makes sense.
You find that there is an upper tower in the church, kind of like cathedral area, where in like a typical church you would probably have like a bell tower or something. But here you can actually see that there is a long telescope that looks out towards where you know that Avalon is. And yeah, as you are kind of looking around, you also find that the orientation of the building is, a lot of the buildings are all built on very specific kind of like geographical planes, like the main towers and the main structure of the building all run north to south, and then all the offshoots go east to west. It's very like specifically constructed in that sense.
Cool. Everything seems to point towards it being built, because Avalon's nearby.
Oh, that makes sense.
If it was like, the bastion against Avalon and it happening again, it makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that tracks. More of a strategic location than a resource-based location. I like it. I'll go back over to Stain and report the findings. This place doesn't seem to be like super inherently magically special, but it's a good location because of where it's located relative to Avalon.
Well, yeah, I was hoping it was more than that.
It may be,
supposed
but
to stop another Avalon from happening. After all,
right. There may be more to it than I was able to spot, but
Mug didn't teach us everything. I never learned how to do those. He just thumbs over at the like magical rocks with the carvings on them.
yeah, those are what was making
The veil.
Yeah, the veil, exactly. Yeah, as you called it, sort of an antipathy spell.
And to what?
Antipathy. To not care. A spell of not caring.
Antimony, one of the poisons that you put in your tea.
Why are you putting poisons in your tea?
I don't know. He's crazy.
The fuck?
I
You
think-
know, if you just drink a little bit of poison, you'll eventually build up a tolerance to it. That's how that works.
Yeah, I guess.
Or you could just be you, I guess, and not have to worry about it.
I mean, I wasn't always immune to it.
Yeah.
I just woke up. In the dream, it said, "Hey, toxins may no longer ravage your body, you sentinel, you. Go me."
Your body gives you updates?
In the dream, yeah.
Huh.
You're not connected to your dream selves as much as I am, I guess.
He has Google alerts.
Stop making me update DoorDash.
My brain didn't connect DoorDash as DoorDash for a second, and I'm like, how are you updating your door, and why are you blaming Dash? I was...
Making you update the door, Dash.
Yeah. I need caffeine. I'll be right back. But I'm here.
Dash just sadly like jiggling the door. It needs to be updated.
All right. We chill for, or at least Jupe chills for the rest of the day. Probably still just reading
Yeah.
more of those books, waiting for Stain to fall asleep.
He's probably like, for the rest of the day, just focusing on the graveyard part, the makeshift graveyard that he made at least. Cleaning them up, and then he settles in front of Chalice's grave. Sort of the first domino that set everything crashing down. And he just kind of sits there, and he doesn't know what to say. Just like when she was alive. And then it's bedtime.
When Jupiter finally sees that Stain has fallen asleep, I think the first thing he actually does is he sits down and pulls out the cards and does a quick augury. The course of action being, I'm going to cast the dream spell to send Stain to Tankard in dreams.
Stain never normally sleeps around people. Though when he's trying to sleep, he sleeps curled up with his tail in his mouth.
Oh, cute.
You get some kind of a response. Actually lied. You get no response.
Interesting. No response or a nothing response?
A nothing response.
Got it. Okay. Fair. Then I will go ahead and begin casting the dream spell. I go into it a little bit, maybe lower expectations, maybe expecting it to fail completely. But I mostly just wanted to make sure that this wasn't a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Philo.
Hello.
Have a right.
Hello?
Who's here?
How
I
was
have a right.
Philo, Mama?
Philo Mama's great. She wanted me to tell all of you hi and sorry for making me late. And I said, Mom, it's not your fault.
I forgive her, but not you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Amazing.
I mean, she was the one driving, but
I'll tell her. Thank her for driving you here safely.
will do.
Thank you for making such a wonderful son.
Yeah, I told her that, and her response was like verbatim what I told you it would probably be.
What was
Thank you. Thank you for producing the hole that I use.
You're welcome.
No, it was basically just like, oh, thank you. You're so sweet. You're a wonderful boy, too. Thank you for making my child happy.
With the hole that I made.
This hole was made for you.
Is the phrase somebody's son or somebody's daughter, does that do anything for anyone else?
No, you little weirdo.
Do you want it to be?
I'm just curious. It's like such an oddly specific phrase.
Mhm.
That's someone's
I mean-
son.
It's got like
I
a
see. Yeah, I see why it does some things for some people, but not me personally.
fair.
It's harder with that's someone's dad.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, good for you.
Thank you for following me.
See, Frisk gets it.
So, anyways, Stain, you find yourself entering Tankard Stream. Unlike previously, where Tankard had a lot of control, this time you feel that you have kind of forcibly taken control of this space a little bit. You can kind of shape it how you want. Is there anything you do?
What's it look like around? I try and organize whatever chaos there may be. If everything is like blurry, I sharpen it a little. If things are out of focus, I focus it. If things look sharp, I
Yeah,
smoothen it out.
Everything had that like fuzzy, like sleeping on clouds kind of feeling still.
Yeah. I don't disturb anything if there's like a big structure or anything like that. I just kind of walk around it or climb over it. And I just look for his dream cell.
Yeah, you're able to find him quite quickly. Just as you left him, kind of curled up in this just sleeping monstrosity.
Feeling like I have a lot more control with the dream spell rather than the orb. I guess kind of plop next to him. And I put a hand on his shoulder and see if I can wake him. So I don't try very hard because like they did say his soul needs to rest.
He
This
placed
is
a hand on
technically-
his shoulder, and he doesn't wake. You just shift a little bit as you place your hand there.
Oh boy. I'm gonna plop myself next to him. And think really hard. I don't even know if he's gonna hear any of this. But I want him to hear it. Or just I want to say it, get it off my chest. I never hated you, you know? I never hated you for her loving you first. I thought you were a good fit. You're the strongest of us. You're a good hugger. You're protective.
She needed someone like that. She didn't need someone like me. I get that it hurt. I get that it hurt a lot when you lost her. Because I loved her too. And I'm a coward. I was scared. There's only 4 of us. I didn't want to be the third, an interloper, ruin what we had. I was okay being friends. I was gonna be okay being friends for the rest of my life. And now she's gone. And Goblet's gone. And you're here. But you're not here. I know it's gonna take a while for you to get better. That's what Jupe said. You've met them. They're my new friends. Not that I'm replacing you or anything. It's been a while. I fell in love with someone else. I promised I wouldn't. And I still don't know how to feel about it. I promised with all my heart I'd never love anyone after Chalice until I go to heaven and tell her myself. But I'm not going to heaven, Tank. I don't know where I'm going. You rest. Get better. And would you please be the first to come back? I'm tired of being left behind. And I'd really like a brother back.
There's a deep kind of sigh from Tankard as he's sleeping.
I'm gonna put my arm around him and just give him a squeeze. And I haven't held him in a very long time, so it feels familiar. And the red behind my eyes starts to fill my vision. The way he let the spirits inside him, the way he killed everyone and hurt me, and I just push it away. Because nothing like that feels good. Not here. I don't want him. I don't want his dreams tainted by my wrath or vengeance. I try and give him sweet dreams.
Feel a shift from Sloth. And this big, gnarled head kind of lifts up, looks over at you, reaches down, teeth bared as it opens its mouth, and its mouth starts to clamp down around you and pulls you up next to Tankard, and then rests its head kind of like on you, almost like a blanket.
I flinch for a moment because I feel like he's gonna eat me, and there's this primal fear of being small and being swallowed whole. And then it's something comforting. and it's something he never expected. So instead, he just kind of rubs along Sloth's jawline, scratching very gently. You must be his trophy, huh? If you're still in here, we'll say Stain. I was Stein. But I can't walk back now. Just thanks for making it so he wasn't lonely.
Doesn't say anything, but you do feel this just like warm feeling covers your body. That feeling of like laying in the grass on a warm summer day, that desire to just close your eyes and nap.
I think I give into it.
As you give into it, you stop feeling that heavy weight of Sloth's head, and instead feel as if both you and Tinker's heads are resting on somebody's thighs. So they've got their legs kind of tucked up underneath them, and you're just kind of resting in their lap. You feel a hand gently kind of stroking your arm and humming quietly.
Can I open my eyes and see who it is?
Yeah. You open your eyes and you see a young kobold face, Chalice, or at least your memory of them.
It's like when dogs see people who've been away for a very long time, years even, recognize someone immediately, maybe by their scent and not visually. I probably smell the dream versions of hers favorite food on her hands or something, or the flowers she picked. And he scrambles up and without thinking of it just kind of hugs her tight.
She hugs you back.
I shouldn't have run.
You can't change that now.
This is a dream.
Yes.
I've always loved you.
I know. But I'm not the person you need to love.
Ooh, Albert doesn't like me very much.
You'll figure it out.
Just gonna rest his forehead against her shoulder. Scars touching her scales.
Yeah, she just holds you.
You let myself sleep.
It's important to rest.
I've been awake a long time.
You can't always be a gargoyle.
Then what should I be? It's all I know.
I can't make that decision for you.
And it's my turn to be the Shattered Knight. For real this time. Not just pretend.
Okay.
I'll save Goblet. I'll wake Tancred. I'll get the spirits back. I'll bring Talon back. I'll get to know her. I'll get to know her family. I'm gonna be happy.
There are a lot of gargoyles that need to see the sun.
Not many people who like gargoyles, though. Only appreciate us in the rain. Maybe we were made ugly for a reason.
You'll understand eventually.
So that's out a deep sigh. Okay. Do you think he'll be asleep for long?
I think so.
I'll keep him fed. I'll keep him clean.
Thank you. He'll be back eventually.
I can't wait.
He has a lot to think about first, though.
He'd better. He hurt me.
He hurt a lot of people.
He was hurt too.
That doesn't make it okay.
That's what I said. It doesn't feel good to be angry at him. It doesn't feel good to hurt him.
No, it didn't.
Chalice, would you hate me if I never got vengeance?
No.
Are you his dream or mine?
A little hard to say.
I don't know how this magic works. It's never the smart one. Maybe I'll ask Goblin.
It's a good idea.
Do you know what I can say to her to snap her out of it? Make her hesitate? Make her change her mind?
I wish I did.
She always did what she wanted.
We only ever really see one side of people. Whatever side they show us.
Yeah. I guess you're right. Is it uncouth to ask what you were hiding?
I'm just a dream. I'm only one side.
And I'll find you in the other.
You should go. It's time
Do
to
I
wake
have to?
up.
Do I really have to? It didn't feel like I slept very long.
He never does.
All right. I love you. Okay?
I know. Places a hand on your cheek.
It's the nature of all dreams to end. But I hope you know that. That's real. He puts a hand on top of her hand and wakes up.
That morning, you guys all wake up.
Whenever we meet up and get some food, get breakfast going. Jupe is probably up a little earlier than normal and looks over to Stain. How did it go?
He's asleep. He's gonna be asleep a while.
The spell connected though?
Yeah, it worked. I said a few things I needed to. And maybe it's Elysium. Maybe it's somewhere else. But I met Chalice.
Chalice was there.
A dream of her. Not sure it was his or mine or both of us. We both loved her.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Anything else?
Sloth was there. Or maybe a dream of Sloth. I don't know. I don't want it to feel like it was a waste of time.
No, it certainly wasn't. Um, I don't know how much it helped you. Hopefully, at least some. But the fact that it works at all speaks highly of this place and of those books and of the people that you were protecting. Their secrets, their techniques, their practices will live on now. You have made sure that it is carried on. It actually works.
I bet you would have made a great sentinel.
Don't know about that.
I mean, you get immune to disease and poison. Whatever Cersei did to you probably wouldn't work on you.
Maybe.
You end up deciding when you sleep or not. More hours in the day.
I admit I've been up for 2 hours because I have been anxious to find out if the spell worked or not. But with that out of the way, how are you after all of this?
I'm just one side of me.
You think the other guy is missing?
I don't know. I don't know if he's gone forever. If he was someone I am or was he even real? Am I real? Will I disappear? I don't know, Jupe. I'm just really tired of being ugly.
Who called you ugly?
I made me ugly.
I don't know about that.
Kind of wipes some snot off his nose, stands up. I'm gonna go clean.
All right. Yeah, okay.
And thank you.
I mean, of course, but thank the people who figured this all out. Thank the people you were protecting.
There wasn't gonna be anyone else who could do that for me. They're all in the past now. They're all gone. You're here. You did this for me, so thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad to help.
Oh, thank fuck. He just leaves.
Jupiter is so bad at this.
Just mumbling, does he see in you?
Oh, oh no.
Also, Jupe,
Yeah.
after you finished casting that spell, you feel very tired.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are you EP?
That's the most powerful spell I've ever cast in my life.
Yeah, after you finish, you can feel that there is a good, 10 minutes afterwards where your fingers are just, trembling and you, are having trouble just, picking things up. There's just this strange, numb sensation that is kind of rushed through your body, but it subsides over a little bit of time. But you definitely get the sense that this is not something that you would you technically could try to cast a spell multiple times in a day. You think that there might be adverse effects if you did.
Right.
Oh. I'm going to try and like clean up the kitchen and prep some stuff for Sheesh. Just cut some vegetables. And Kaku eats vegetables only. Don't touch the meat yet, because it's in the special fridge place.
I also enjoy rice.
That's a vegetable.
It's a green.
I obviously knew that.
Grains are vegetables, are they not? They grow from the ground. He has 6 intelligence. His understanding of vegetables, it grows in the ground.
Vegetable is a weird word with many different meanings.
His flower vegetable, it comes from the ground.
Yeah.
Moles are a vegetable.
Yeah, flowers are delicious, by the way.
Especially nasturtium. They're kind of spicy.
We used to have an elderflower tea. I'm not sure how to make. I'm going to try and see if I can find some.
We've got tea somewhere, I'm sure.
I'm gonna make Jupe a special little treat. With a 20.
What do you make?
It's some sort of like aniseed snack. Very peppery.
Hell yeah. You made this?
Shut up and eat it.
I see we're both having difficulty adjusting to the fact that we can now actually be nice to each other without accidentally making them disappear.
I've been an asshole for as long as I could remember. It's an adjustment.
It'll take time. Thank you for this. This is delicious.
Can you even taste it?
I can actually. Little bits of it. Mostly the high notes, the spicy bits.
I tried to make it real strong.
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of candied ginger lately. That's been my latest kick.
You're gonna be so virile.
Is that
Virile?
a thing?
That's what ginger does.
I didn't know that, but that does make some
trying-
sense.
Trying to impregnate Ali.
God, no. I mean,
You're
trying with all of my heart, but like only with the expectation that I know it can't work.
You think
can't
it doesn't work?
Imagine me and Allie.
Well, you know, through God's will, all things are possible. So jot that one down.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I need to stop immediately because I cannot leave a child behind.
He's Mervean.
What does that mean?
He's a magic man. Things can change.
I look over to Allie. Allie, if it's possible for you to get pregnant, you have to tell me.
Pretty sure it's not.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Maybe we can't have sex in Merve though, because it would be kind of funny.
I thought that's
You
only
can
when
never-
magic was involved.
Well, you know, it is like magic.
Yeah,
Think making love
sometimes,
isn't magic?
is involved.
we've
'cause-
definitely had magic. Okay, maybe we should actually not use any magic when we're having sex in Merve.
Okay, just to be safe.
Just to
You
be
can do
safe.
that. Just to be
We're
safe.
far from Merve. It's fine.
Also, it took every fiber of my being not to go assholes can adjust. You can just gotta go slow and take your time.
I can take a lot. Take a lot
Don't
of
hurt
abuse.
yourself. Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
Where's the fun in that?
Non-anal bleeding.
on that note, what are our plans
That's
for
a
today?
skill issue.
We're leaving, yeah?
If everyone's well rested, yeah. I need to say goodbye. These books are all dry. I'm gonna place them somewhere safer from rats. And I don't know, maybe people can live here again one day.
Yeah, hopefully. It's a nice place.
And for shithole.
A nice place before
It was
all of
home.
this happened to it.
Well, maybe we'll learn more from those books. They were complicated. Not really my speed. I hoist the tankard papoose, which is just like the bag of holding with his head sticking out. Feed him breakfast. It's a slower deal. Gotta mash it up. Then before we go, I take him to the graveyard with me and we just say a few words to the actual tombstone. I kind of take my shovel that I've laid there for a bit and I just put it aside. I apologize that I'm not gonna be able to avenge them, I think. But as I'm kneeling there in front of Chalice's tombstone, I think about all the things I've experienced. Hot tubs, festivals, giant ants that like breathe fire and burn when you touch them. Casinos, undead dragons. Be with my friends the entire time. I haven't felt alone in a while. And I heard somewhere, thought it was bullshit once, the best form of revenge was living a happy life. I think I'm getting there. Lay some fresh flowers down. I rejoined the party. Well, Temple of Stone's that way.
Let's do it. Thanks
Let's
for
follow
showing
the
us the way.
coast.
Alrighty. Who's leading the way as you guys set off from the temple?
I'll go. He replaces his visor, which is currently on Tankard's head, with a kind of bandana.
You
Just marches forward with a stick. We can't get lost. It's literally along the coast. I've never been there myself.
Alright, give me a survival check.
I fall off the cliff. Let's see. Survival. 15.
You walk south for about 15 minutes and then realize you have to go north.
Oh, that way.
Turn around.
Other coast.
Start following the coast. And yeah. Somebody give me a D69.
Ooh.
Oh, Philo got it.
It's
That's
like one
the
person.
boy.
I got 34.
You
Like
can
the
ask for a
rules.
D69 and not expect all of us to at least try. Like,
But I rolled a 34, like the rule. Philo rolled a 12, like the inches.
Huh?
12 inches of Philo.
Wow.
Guys, you start traveling along the coast. The travel is fairly uneventful, honestly. Like you're just following the coastline. It's fairly easy. Um, there are a couple of points where it does get a little bit rocky, so you have to like veer off and find a bit of a clearing to kind of make your way through. But for the most part, it's smooth sailing. Eventually, you guess, probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way there. You still got about a couple hours to go, but it's starting to get late, so you guys set up camp. Um, you guys are able to settle in and take a short rest.
Blessed day.
Fraptious day.
Kalukale.
See. Well, I'm max key point. You just call it fish lips?
I did.
During the short rest that night, tell him a ghost story. Very animated ghost story.
What's the ghost story about?
The ghost story is about a banshee who was in love with a leprechaun. And how they're from separate worlds. It's very difficult because their parents don't they don't want them to be together.
I see.
But they were convinced eventually because the leprechaun has a pot of gold. And they're like, that's a lot of gold. But when they gave the pot of gold to the banshee parents, they realized it was all rocks. And the banshee and the leprechaun eloped. And then she drained him dry of his blood because she was actually a vampire.
Ah,
Oh, okay. Was she part vampire? Does that add more complexity to the story?
Yeah, she was
Then-
always a vampire. There was foreshadowing.
Okay, you can have a prequel novel where we talk about her parents.
It's because she would never went out in the daylight.
How come
Right.
all of your ghost stories involve a beautiful meet greet between a lovely couple, but one of them turns into a vampire at the end?
It was the last book series I read. I think it's stuck in my head.
My God, I thought you were kidding about the flowers are bisexual, but apparently not.
What do you mean?
bisexual flowers.
Bisexual flowers.
Flowers can be bisexual.
Not with that attitude, they can't.
You can match them together if you want. I'm bisexual now. But they don't consent. Bisexual agenda is too much. Just let flowers be flowers. God, the gays are taking everything. Rainbows, not flowers. Fuck. Can't you just be happy with what you have? What's zygomorphic? Is that like homophobic?
No, it's like symmetrical.
Oh, they're even on all sides. I guess is what symmetrical means.
Well, it's flower symmetry, so it just means that there's two or more parts that look the same. Each petal could be the same, and it wouldn't. Which I guess if the petals are all the same, it'll make it symmetrical. Never mind.
I don't know. Orchids aren't, right? Well, they are kind of symmetrical as long as you hold them a certain way. It's the way they want to be. Orchids are straight, you see.
I see. I don't get it.
Okay.
Well, wisteria is all droopy. That's like a tired gay dude, right?
Droopy?
Yeah. Exactly.
Where are we going? We're going to the
Boulder
Stone
Stone.
Temple? Temples. Okay.
We're a few days off.
We're a couple hours away.
Oh.
We've made camp.
Someone else tell a story.
Hmm. And Allie might actually had something on deck for this, but I certainly don't.
Oh yeah, I
See.
have a mechanical feature for this.
Yeah, man. I was waiting.
I'm allowed
Use
to
your
tell
mechan-
stories. I tell a compelling tale. This one is very tall. I tell the tale of the Ghost Angler
Oh.
and Captain Ghost, for which the
Sheesh
Ghost
raises his
Angler
hand.
is named.
Sheesh raises his hand.
Yes.
Do you have any stories that aren't involving fishermen of some sort or another?
Yeah. Well, kind of. At least the I can tell you the tale of Captain Witherwilds, who survived a terrible storm in the far north.
Captain of Fishermen.
The captain had fishermen aboard his ship, but it was an expedition vessel. It was a mercenary vessel. He's a cartographer.
Ah.
And they encountered a terrible storm at sea in the middle of winter. It was very gruesome. A lot of people died, and a lot of the ones who survived only did so by eating the others. It's not a pleasant tale.
When do the vampires come in?
There are no vampires in this story.
Oh, okay. Leaving a little one?
Not even a little. I can make one of them a vampire if you want.
You could turn to vampires?
Well, I could just modify the story so that one of them is a vampire.
You could modify the story?
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. You can just make stuff up.
The stories, weirdly enough, are just made up things.
Did you think that every story I've told has been like nonfiction?
No, but there's weight in the story. Like, it's kind of weird when you just mix it up. I mean, like, I guess it's fine. You can
Oh,
make
yeah.
the story cooler.
Yeah, you typically don't want to do it once you've already got the story out.
Okay, I want a big, really big woman in it.
Well, let me tell you
Like-
about.
Like, big. Like your aunt. Tell me a story about your aunt.
Do I have to?
Yeah.
And
You
her
have
affair
to.
with a vampire.
She never had an affair with a vampire, unless you happen to be.
This is a
vampire.
story.
Okay.
You said
one
you can
time-
modify it.
We were sailing along the west coast by Buribu, and we were doing a bunch of silver shipments. And my aunt at the time had been dating this man named Vladimir. Jupiter thinks
Oh,
to
good
himself.
choice.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's a vampire name. Yeah,
right?
wow.
Surely that's a vampire name.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking vampire.
And it was so weird. We would see Vladimir all the time, but never on this one. Like, we would pick up silver at this one port, and he would disappear. And then when we dropped off, he'd show up again. And the first time, I'm like, oh, okay, that's who my aunt is dating. He's weird. And the second time, I'm like, oh, wait, he did this last time, too. He must have business going on or something. And the third time, we had to pick up the silver at a different port, and he stayed with us a little longer until we picked up the silver. And then he left once we picked it up. And at that point, I realized, that boy a vampire.
Did she kill him with a silver strap on?
Oh my god.
I thought it was werewolves that didn't do silver.
Is it? I think it's both, right?
With a big enough strap on, you can kill any monster.
What about a ghost?
Yeah, big enough strap
How
on.
are you killing a... Oh my god, how are you
I think
killing a
that-
ghost with a strap on?
If the strap on is magic, it can hit ghosts. I can hit ghosts. It's not hard.
Who is enchanting a silver strap on?
Who made a silver strap on?
I mean, I can if you want.
Oh.
You know how expensive silver strap ons are? Of course they'd be enchanted.
I mean, if we run into any ghosts, it could be useful to have.
It's true. Might just have it on deck just in case.
Why do you guys need a strap on?
Because I'm going to be
For
a
the ghost.
Oh, they like to tie it in your head like a unicorn?
No.
You already got the bits.
Anyway, we found out he was a vampire, so we killed him.
Okay, cool.
In
I like when the vampire dies in the end.
Wait, if you hook up with a vampire, do you become a vampire? Or do they still have to bite you?
There's a whole process involved.
Okay.
It's like a ritual.
in the earliest days of the empire, not long after the Kami fell to the earth, it came to pass one year the spirit of winter refused to leave Tyriku. The ground was as hard as iron, and the air was so cold that the sun could only come out for a few hours each day, and nothing would grow. And the followers of the Kami sent messengers to Winter, begging him to let spring in, but he refused. One day, the first of the Isezumi came before the spirit of Winter and bowed very low. "My lord," he said, "as you reign supreme over Tyriku, it is my duty to tell you that a strange creature has been sighted in your lands. It is an agent of spring here to scout out your defenses, and if it escapes, it will tell spring what it has seen. You will be overthrown." The spirit of Winter said, "Tell me what the creature looks like so I may hunt it down." The agent bowed again. "It's a small creature with brown fur and very short limbs. It has powerful claws for digging, but the ground is so hard I am sure it will not be able to burrow down to escape." Without hesitation, the spirit of Winter took his spear, which is a great icicle, and his bow, whose arrows were the piercing winds, and he mounted a great starving wolf and rode out to hunt the creature. The agent of spring was certainly more than a natural animal, for it fled before him, and no matter how fast the wolf ran, it could never quite catch the prey. The creature dodged this way and that, just out of reach. It wove and tangled and ducked into the snow, only to pop up somewhere else. So caught up in the chase was the spirit of Winter that he did not notice that the creature was leading him north. Until the last, on the final day, he passed out of Tyriku entirely into the north, leaving the winter behind, and spring came at last. That creature was the first of the hare and the coming of spring. This is why in Hare provinces, and in fact in a couple of neighboring provinces, on the 1st of spring, you play tricks on people.
Huh.
Interesting.
Stain claps.
I thought they came from the moon.
They didn't.
Okay,
They
got it.
came from the moon to trick people.
This is
They
later
fell-
chronologically.
They fell down like a shooting star. And
I mentioned
Snake.
when the kami fell from the heavens,
Yeah,
right?
you did. You did. You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah.
You're so right. That was a good story.
See, it's okay to play tricks on people, like a ninja.
And now our universe has April Fools in it.
You did. You did give us diegetic April Fools. Did you
You're
just make
welcome.
that shit up?
Kind of.
sounded a little like you were reading off a script, but
He had 100 notes prepared for lore.
I have 5 Rokugan books.
Yeah. Drake has not read any of these. Drake has different notes,
The
but Drake is
joy
now adding these to his notes.
that I experience as somebody who does not understand or get these references is that everything feels novel to me, so I enjoyed it as if it was original.
Yeah.
I've been listening for the last 30 minutes.
You missed some really fun story time, all in character. What are you doing?
He's jorking it.
I was watching YouTube shorts.
Jerking your minutes.
oh no,
Wow.
Oh my god.
Damn. Completely ignored us.
We love an attentive DM.
Neglect me, Dad.
I heard you guys start to talk in character, and I was like, cool, I can chill for a minute.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best feelings as a DM is when you can just
I need
actually
this.
watch the
I
players.
need this for a smoke break.
Yeah, I did so much prep yesterday. I just needed a minute. I've had it. You guys had lovely story time, and now you wake up the next morning.
Off we go. We're a couple hours from the
You
temple.
guys- Yeah, and I need another survival check.
A 21.
Perfect. DC was 20, so good on you. You guys continue to walk along the coast, and after several hours staying with your keen eyes and also your good survival check, you're able to see that you guys are essentially on the upper, like on the top of a like fairly sheer cliff that drops down to the water, probably a good like 100 feet down potentially. You can hear the crashing of waves up against the rocks, and there's a point where you can see that the land kind of like juts inward a little bit, and underneath part of this like overhanging cliff, there's a small plateau, and you can see the remnants of like a metal fencing.
I think that's it.
Oh, nice. Thank God we're there. Does the fencing look like it's going to be a problem, or is it destroyed enough that we can just walk through it?
So there's essentially like a there seems to essentially be not really like a cave exactly, but there's like a little bit of like a plateau that is underneath an overhang. And then on that plateau, you can see like fencing that there is a structure there, but there is still plenty of space to like stand on
Got it.
to investigate further.
Yeah, we'll start approaching.
How would you guys like to get down to it? You guys are essentially above it currently.
Right.
You guys are kind of
Flamingo.
on an upper platform, and then there is like a drop that goes down probably a good 40, 50 feet to this other plateau.
Can the flamingos ballerina tiptoe flap their wings wildly the way chickens do?
Yeah, you
Down
guys
the
are
slope.
still have your fucking flamingos with you.
Would you like the
Uh,
Ocarina of Time Kuko glide?
Yeah. Yeah, they can't really like fly
Yeah.
with you guys, but they could glide down.
Terrifying.
That doesn't really help you on the way up.
Imagine they're like running the entire time. It's just their wings also open up.
Jupe will grab a couple of pittons and he will make a very, like if there's trees up here, he secures a rope so well. He secures it so very, very well. And then he secures the second rope in case anything happens to the first rope. And then we drop a couple of ropes down.
Okay.
Are you afraid gravity will betray you? What's up?
At every moment of every day, yes. This is a topman's utmost priority.
Oh, you were a switchman.
In the bedroom, I'm a switchman. And on a ship, I do it all. But sometimes that means being a topsman.
I thought you were convinced that, air quotes, gravity was a scientific certainty.
It is, yeah.
Sounds like you're not too convinced of that.
Gravity is a certainty. Fluid dynamics are also a certainty, but both are chaotic and unpredictable. More the fluid dynamics than the gravity.
Give me an easy knot tying check.
Blah, 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 blah.
Less about tying the knot and more finding a place to like anchor everything.
Ha, he tricked you into marrying Ali.
Yeah. There aren't like a ton of trees up here, but there is a good amount of stone, and with one of the pittons, you're able to smash it in pretty securely.
Excellent.
So yeah, you have a couple of pittons secured and some dangling ropes.
Perfect. Wonderful. All right, down we go.
All right, start to slowly go down. Are you guys leaving the flamingos up top, or are you taking the flamingos down?
I don't think we need the flamingos, but that's up to you guys.
I don't know
What do
how
you mean?
flamingos back up.
Right.
They can glide on their own. Also, we can just hoist them up a bit at a time, one at a time.
Do we need to
do we
hoist
need
them?
For going down there?
Right. Is there any advantage to bringing him with us?
I mean, it'd be cool to be able to ride one the entire time. They're bitching.
They are pretty bitchin', but I think we're going to be mostly indoors here.
They'd have to duck under all of the entryways, and if there's any like hanging light fixtures, they're going to bonk their heads. Just
They're not that tall.
I start tying off
Pretty tall.
my flamingo.
How tall are they? I think sure.
Like, probably a good 8 feet.
That's a pretty tall flamingo. How tall is an ostrich?
Like, they're giant flamingos.
Yeah, like ostrich size, right?
No, bigger than that.
Oh damn! Okay, that's a big bird.
Yeah, they're
Like the
they're
terror
riding
birds.
mounts. Yeah,
man, we could have such big omelets.
admittedly, a huge portion of that height, like they're not like built like horses. They're
The beaks.
they're tall and slender. So they, even though they're quite tall, it's all neck and leg primarily. So they're a little less intimidating than something like a horse, but still very tall.
So elegant and beautiful and pink.
Yeah.
Okay, Don Watermelon, you can wait here.
You tie up your flamingos in there for a bit. You guys start climbing down the rope. Anyone who doesn't have a climb speed, give me an athletics check to just scale down the rope. Real easy, just DC 10, just to kind of slide down.
Just runs down. Runs down the wall.
I have a climb speed, thankfully, but I want to see if I would have fallen on my ass. Oh, cool.
Oh no, sheesh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a cool 1 in 20.
Good
Hang
job,
on.
Sheesh.
Hang on, I think I can help. I think I can help. Not enough.
Sheesh.
Oh,
How much of a drop is it?
50 feet.
I'll use inspiration.
I'm gonna give you an option here.
Okay.
Before you use your inspiration, I'm gonna tell you one of two things is gonna happen if you don't use inspiration. And I'm gonna let you choose which one of those two things happens. Either you slip and fall, or you completely lock up.
Like just out of fear of like heights and climbing.
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty reasonable response. I guess I don't know. She's just probably afraid of heights.
If he wasn't, he's gonna be after this.
Yeah.
But he's the Belfry Butcher.
butchers
do you-
typically have their feet on the ground.
Well, the Belfry's usually very high up.
I don't think I've ever actually been in a belfry. I just called
Oh,
myself
that's just
that because that's where the bats hang out.
Huh. Okay.
Sure, I'll lock it up and see what happens.
Okay. You guys start climbing down, and then you kind of like look over the edge, and you just see this long drop down into the ocean. You see the crashing of the waves across the stones. Turn around, and you start shimmying down the rope, and a gust of wind kind of sweeps across the cliffside and causes you to shake. And you kind of look down, and you just feel nauseated, and your whole body just like clenches up, and you're just like clinging to this rope for dear life, too scared to like move your arms or your legs or try to shimmy down. The rest of you looking up, you can see Sheesh is just been stuck there for several moments. Is clearly having some trouble.
Sheesh.
Oh,
You want some help? Here, I got you. I'll cast Vortex Warp and pull him safely to the ground in a quick instant. Or it's like when Alice falls down the well and it's just kind of a slow-mo fall that takes like 5 minutes for him to fall down the hole 5
that's
feet.
worse.
Yeah.
That's what
Let me
it
make you
feels
fall
like.
slowly.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, even though it's actually instantaneous for you.
You all right?
Bit frazzled, but you know,
You did great.
I most certainly did not.
Yeah, that's true. Way up's going to be even harder. Brace yourself.
Climbing up's going to be harder.
Oh, yeah. Gravity is a fickle bitch.
Well, I've got something for that.
You said it was a constant, now it's fickle? Making stuff up on the fly.
Yeah, you got me.
Might as well just say the vampires can cause gravity.
Technically, all things cause gravity.
Wow.
I thought vampires could fly.
Exactly. They don't believe in gravity. I've seen you fly too.
Yeah, I mean, I take into account that gravity is there and bypass it with magic wings. But
Tiny ones.
although in reality, like winged boots don't make any sense. I should be like really top heavy.
Yeah, think about it. Gravity just isn't real.
So you guys can smell the ocean spray. It's very misty down here, this close to the water as it's crashing across the stone. And you guys are on a small, like, I should say small. It's a fairly large, like, little plateau. And there's an indent that goes into the cliff. And there you can see kind of like built out of the cliff itself is this kind of horseshoe shaped building. Got three kind of sides that form a large courtyard, and then there's the fence across the kind of like open side that you see.
Got it.
And the whole place, the whole courtyard looks to be in pretty serious disarray. You can see one, like on the second floor, on the left side. There seems to have been like a huge collapse of one of the walls, and rubble has strewn and collapsed in, creating a ramp up to the second floor. At the opposite side, directly across from you guys, there seems to be the main doors, but those have been removed completely, and it just opens up into a dark room beyond. And then one other side, there's on the first floor, there seems to be a hole in the wall that has been like covered in this, almost looks like a sticky sap or like a resin type material. And in the center, you can see an old broken water fountain. And this whole area has signs of like burn marks and just destroyed stone, but the whole thing has been covered and overrun by what looks like lavender. So the whole courtyard is just this purple field. It's weirdly beautiful in that sort of like urban decay sort of way.
Oh, it's like another place that's been abandoned.
It looks real pretty.
Mm.
Look at all this lavender. This is the stuff that they use to ward away demons, right? Am I thinking
It's
wisteria?
Wisteria.
Well, it smells real nice.
It does.
Kind of stands on his tiptoes and tries to stick his snout in the air and sniff.
It's wild what
With,
nature would do if we leave it alone.
Yeah, it mixes with the sea salt. That'd make a good candle. Ali, how do you make candle scents?
How do you make candle scents?
Yeah.
I mean, you mix in some stuff into the beeswax when you set the candle.
Won't that just smell like honey?
No, the honey and the beeswax are separate. The wax is, oh god, I don't want to misspeak. But the
Pulls up
wax is what
the-
makes up the little parts that the honey go in. And then once you take the honey out, you scrape off the remaining wax, and you can make the candles out of that. It doesn't really smell like honey, though.
Oh, isn't the honey what you put in the queen that makes her pregnant?
No,
Oh, it's not bee jizz.
Honey is not bee jizz.
Okay.
Jupiter, as we approach, is kind of just scanning for signs of magical defenses, magical energy, anything magical in the area.
Give me a perception check.
Or passive 21.
I don't seem to spot anything particularly magical out here, at least. At least nothing that's still active.
Right.
You could see signs that there were at some point some runes and things that were carved and probably had some magical effects, but nothing that seems to be active anymore. As you're kind of walking past there, you can see what seems to be like the burnt husks of trees that have mostly been decayed and eaten away by other plants at this point.
Why were they burnt, Jupe?
I can't really tell. Can I tell how this all went down? What destroyed this place?
I guess lightning, but like we're under an alcove or whatever.
Yeah, this place doesn't get a lot of sun either.
Yeah, give me a two things. Give me a navigation check and a just survival check.
16, 13.
On that sailing check, you imagine that this place actually gets like a ton of sun right in the morning.
Right.
It gets blasted during sunrise all the way up till about noon, and then it starts to get not a whole lot. So for certain flowers, that's probably like ideal. But then on a 13 survival, it's a little hard to say. I think one of the things that you pick up on most notably is that the front doors seem to have been smashed inward, and that second floor seems to have been smashed outward. So whatever, something might have come through here, smashed through, and then tore the place up on the inside, and that's
Right.
where it burst out on the second floor.
Right. Got it.
Stain's kind of rolling around on the lavender to start smelling like it. When you point out like the smashed door, he kind of sits up all of a sudden and is like, "Oh no! What if this was where Tanker and Goblet went after they were possessed by the spirits?"
Could be. Something big smashed through there, though.
Hmm.
Or at least something
Not
powerful.
big. Actually,
this-
do these taste good?
Wisteria?
No, lavender.
Oh, lavender, yes.
Oh, we can collect a bunch.
It turns your tongue purple.
Oh, I don't want to eat it, but you can have a lot. So much here.
Jupe, as you guys are kind of like stepping over to examine that, you see like a kind of a shift in some of the flowers, and we're going to roll initiative.
Oh, hell.
Ah, check you out. Narashish, where are thine tokens? There they are. Wow. They rolled a 1 in initiative. Delightful. Oh, Dara rolled a 1. As well. Wow, there's so many of them. Where Nico at? I feel like fire damage is gonna be real good here.
Yeah.
Just need Kohaku.
There we go.
The 20 boys and the under 10 boys.
Yeah, big range here.
All the cats are under 10. Maybe this is a catnip-like effect.
Everybody's sleeping from the lavender.
It's so refreshing.
Sheesh. You see, as you guys start to step through, some of the vines and roots underneath the lavender suddenly kick up as these big thrashing tendrils that start kind of lashing out towards all of you. As it does, a large collection of kind of bark starts to kind of rise up. Seems to be this big, almost trunk-like mass near the center fountain.
Oh boy. Oh boy. What do we have here? Some kind of a tree. I'm working on a Popeye impression. What do you guys think? Anyway, I'm gonna attack this tree.
Real good.
I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark. Ooh,
Alrighty.
I'm gonna run up on the bit. Sorry, just making sure I got my new weapons all put in right.
Ooh, let's see what you got. These are not undead or fiends, right?
No. It's a Fey plant.
Fate plant. What kind of Pokemon are Fairy Leaf?
I don't know if there
Comfy?
are any. Comfy is just fairy, which is weird, and so
That's-
is Flabebe.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit. Pokemon, get your shit together.
Some
Um,
Pokemon just don't have the type that they look like they should have.
I think they did it so they don't have a 4 times weakness to poison, but like they don't care about other 4 times weaknesses, so I don't know.
Sheesh. I'm gonna give you this on your first attack, so you can redirect those last two.
Oh,
The first attack, you sink sink Bloody Tooth into the this like big bark-like shell, and you fully cannot pierce it. It is like striking steel.
I'm so mad. Why'd you
I'm so
even let me
sorry.
hunt? Why'd you even let me fucking Hunter's Market? Then?
That's okay.
Reasons.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll go over here and waste a first attack on a thing that I can't hit. That's so fun. I love doing that.
That's okay. You can direct them.
20 and 22 on this little guy down here. Then
20 and 22 both hit, and you do get your Hunter's Mark on it.
oh cool.
Yeah. Oh, they're all connected.
It's all one big thing.
Would I have? Okay, hypothetically speaking, I cast Hunter's Mark before I went up and tried to attack that. I would have realized, because of the senses of my Hunter's Mark and because of the boon, that this is all one creature.
Yes.
Because my thing specifically is like you can move closer to it when you got your. Okay, so can I just
Right.
instead attack that and not waste an attack on my first turn? Because my whole thing about my class is doing a bunch of extra damage on my first turn. It's okay. I'll just stop bitching. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I love you.
See?
No.
Roll your Hunter's Mark, Milo.
God damn.
Jesus.
Oh, that's including the sneak attack?
Sneak attack, 2 Hunter's Mark, the main damage from the extra attack.
Nice.
Put 3 points of bleed on it too.
Nice.
3
Yep.
points? Why?
Oh, I guess the first one technically didn't hit it,
2 points?
even though it hit it.
I think we have to destroy all the tendrils first. Good job finding that out, Sheesh.
So happy to help.
You don't sound happy. I'm sorry I upset you on Mother's Day.
It's a special day.
Your mom's gonna take back what she said about me.
Damn. My hole wasn't made for you.
Stain, it's your turn.
This thing seems close to dead. I'll try and help focus fire it. It's a plant. Let's go weeding. Yeah. 24 for 16.
It had exactly 16 hit points.
Wow.
Hey, nice.
Does it count as a creature?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Man, I gain 18 temp HP,
Nice.
and I go.
As- as you do that, there's a screech, and the bark around this thing falls away, and you see this almost like the inside of soft wood, but in the shape of what appears to be like a woman from the kind of waist up, almost like a dryad of some kind. With big, leafy hair that trails out and slumps forward.
Is
Oh,
she
yeah.
alive?
It's Dark Souls. It's an attack window.
Is she alive?
She seems alive.
Hey, are you okay? You mind not attacking us? I don't think she responds. I'm wail on her a little.
Okay.
That's a miss. And
Okay.
bonus action. See if this actually hurts. 34, 21.
$30 absolutely hits for 21.
Okay. That's my turn. I'm getting the mechanic here.
Alrighty. That brings us to Kohaku.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Run up.
Sorry, Sheesh.
Look. 27.
27 absolutely hits.
Hell yeah.
In that case, I'm gonna tack one of these on. Blah.
Oh, that is not great.
Rad.
3 extra fire damage for this attack, plus it takes a d6 on each of its turns until it makes a saving throw.
Is it vulnerable? Fire.
It is.
Then I'll swing with my second attack. Hut. 24 for 11, and I am spent.
Nice, nice.
Alrighty.
Okay, real quick.
Mhm.
I know I've been bitching a lot, but just because of the way this item is specifically worded and because you worded, did I hit it and just not do damage?
Yes.
Okay, then it should have 3 bleed points.
Hey,
Okay.
nice.
Nice. This bleed mechanic's interesting. 3
Yeah,
bleed points.
Just to kind of flavor that a bit. Sheesh looks especially disappointed because when I sprinted up to this big fucking tree brandishing this knife, again, it's like he pulls it from the sheath and it's like a kung fu movie, like sword drawing noise. This knife looks so sharp. It's crazy. He looks like he is befuddled, dumbfounded that it could not pierce this thing. And then he cuts the other thing with it, and it starts bleeding as if he had cut it with a razor, but it's probably like spewing sap or something. It's a sharp knife, is the point I'm making here.
It's very sharp.
The even though the icon is remove the token, that root is still there. It is just oozing sap.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh yeah. The way Stain's attacks look like now with his new special weapon is, you know, in Street Fighter when they do those special attacks or just really strong hits and they leave like brush strokes.
Yeah, like the
In
one
there?
Street Fighter
Yeah,
4,
ink.
like the, yeah,
Yeah, inky. Yeah, he leaves these like kind of inky brush strokes, claw marks in the air.
fuck yeah.
Disappear after a few seconds.
That'll bring us to Jupiter.
Okay. I'm going to do a little movement. 10, 20, 30. I'm going to use my bonus action. I raise the Giselle and I fire a shot at this farther one. And I'm going to do a double shot, both at it, but with disadvantage.
Okay.
13 to hit and 15 to hit.
13 just hits.
Oh, thank God. I was banking on them having low AC.
Excellent.
So 7 and 9.
16 radiant damage.
And then I am going to ready an arcane weapon on that for if this thing closes its bark again.
Okay. Sounds good. That'll bring us to Alistair.
Okay. Actually, I'll just move my normal amount of movement. Can't quite get to that thing, so I'm going to cast a spell. Oops. There we go. I'll do Summon Construct. It can be 90 feet away, so I'm going to have it do it way over here. Allie summons a construct forth, and it looks a lot like one of the chess pieces, but instead of being red or white, it's going to be a black chess piece.
Nice. How much HP does it have?
It should have 55. No, 40.
Alrighty.
And it has an AC of 17, just so.
Perfect.
I don't know if it does anything when I immediately put it out. Let me...
Here we go.
Okay, it takes its turn immediately after mine, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bonus action get myself the temp HP, and that'll be me. Then the construct will go. It has multi-attack, so it will just take 2 swings at this guy. $28 and then a 16.
Both those hit.
Cool, for 21 bludgeoning damage.
Beautiful.
Cool, and that's it.
Alright, that'll bring us to Nara.
Got a bunch of fire.
Are these pillars still up?
Yes. They're essentially holding up sort of like there's a second floor and there's like an overhang.
Okay. Now I'll go over here. Wait. Okay, I have enough movement.
An overhang, huh? Yeah, you can see the shadow. Jupe, look, you can use the shadow of this overhang to determine how far away the monster is.
Yeah, good. Or the current angle to the sun. I would also need to know a few other numbers.
This on the big guy.
Yep, main one.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
The number in the like 6 parentheses is the fire damage.
Yeah, which is going to be a lot of extra damage. It's an extra 14 on top of that.
Does Nico give other people extra fire damage?
Nope, not yet.
Do he
Cool.
attack?
Get Nico in on it.
Wonder if Nico's attack changed.
Oh, wrong button. Shit.
Been a while. 19!
$19 does hit for an extra. A lot.
8 plus 12, 20 damage. Good boy, Nico.
These fire-infused arrows sink into this tree spirit and do a massive number on it. That brings us to its turn, and it's upset. It's upsetting spaghetti.
Why?
I can't imagine.
Why?
Why?
What happened?
First of all,
They're moving.
or they kind of like start to pull themselves up out of the ground. You can see them like dirt and rubble and different plants are like being dislodged from the ground as these tendrils start to rise up and writhe. The tentacles, first and foremost, 3 of them are going to reach out and try to lash out at the gargoyle.
That's Ali's gargoyle, right?
Yeah, sorry, the gargoyle construct.
I'm
all of
immediately
this-
jealous.
Damn, I wanted them to hit because they take fire damage.
Really?
That would have sucked for them. Then 3 are going to lash out at Jupiter.
Whoa,
Oh my God,
Jupiter.
great.
That'll do. That'll do.
19 and 20.
What did I do?
That's anyone who can't read the chat. It's 2 natural 19s and a natural 20.
Well, that all hits.
Ah, shit.
You're lucky that the crit roll
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
The crit rolled less
that's-
damage than the regular ones.
Yeah. Still has a lot of damage. So there's 45
Fuck.
points of damage total.
16, 15, 14. Dude, this
as-
is a weird.
3 of these like long vine like roots. Essentially, like if you've seen a monstera plant with like a air root, it looks like that, but
Mhm.
like much thicker. Probably, oh god, like almost 2 inches in diameter, and they just lash out like whips, wrap around your body. You're currently grappled by all 3 of these.
Oh boy.
Triple grappled.
And while you're grappled by them, you're restrained. They've fully wrapped up your body and are slowly, like, constricting and crushing you.
You okay there, Jupy?
All right. Keep going.
Doing anything for you?
Not really.
Okay.
And then 3
Leave it
of
little?
them are going to lash out towards. 2 are going to lash out at Nara. 23 and 15.
23 hit.
For 16 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are also constricted and restrained.
Yikes.
And the last one is going to go after Nico.
Oh no.
Missing.
Hey.
And that will bring us to the lady. She is going to lash out, swinging her arms wildly. One is going to slam towards Kohaku, and the other towards Stain.
Okay.
Want to take Kohaku?
Because I did not do an unarmed attack last turn, yes, it does hit.
And a 14 against Stain, which absolutely misses.
Yeah.
Just 12 points of damage to Kohaku. And that will bring us to Sheesh.
Two things.
Mhm.
First, she take
Oh, that's right, she takes
9 necrotic damage.
Oh
from
wow, she
all the
bleeds.
Ooh.
and her bleed is reduced by 1, so she's just 2 now. And then is the bark still like down? Is she open? Is she?
It is still down.
Ha.
Speaking of which, you owe me a d6 fire at the start of our turn.
Yes. Give me a d6.
Nice. 8 damage.
She does get rid of the burn.
No.
Fair enough.
I lunge like a shark
Okay.
with taste for blood. And assuming the bark doesn't immediately come back up as soon as I try to attack, I'm going to try to attack her.
Give me an attack.
These are all at advantage.
Wow. This
She's
is
below
blood.
half health.
Oh.
So first 2 with the tooth. 2027.
20 and 27 do both hit.
So you're getting pretty sharky.
Bumps her up to 4 points of bleeding. And then, bonus action, offhand, I pull out the nail. Hold on.
Soul God.
Big hit.
Read by your mechanics.
Sheesh pulls this out, and again, it looks like a long forked dagger. It looks like the like asp wand or like Grixis staff or whichever that one is with the snake.
Caduceus.
Yeah, Caduceus. I get them mixed up. And as soon as I plunge this thing in there, all of the bleeding, the blood just like erupts into like white fire.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
It needs to make a con save.
Down to
that half.
Let's see. Con save, dealing 1d8 radiant on for each if the attack was a critical hit, blah blah blah. On a failure. So I think the con save is just for the effects of the bleed. Or like the bleed points removed. I think they still take the damage. I don't know, let me post how you wrote it.
It's great now. Or you're removing all the bleed points?
Yeah, it does. I can't just remove one. It's just like you hit if it. I can choose to remove bleed points, and it does all of them. I believe is how that's written. But I think the con save is just for the effects of it. It doesn't like it's not like a half for the damage or something like that. Am I reading that right?
Oh, okay, yeah. If on a failure following debuffs. Is there more?
Yeah, there's a table of debuffs depending on how many bleed points.
Gotcha. So the damage isn't halved, but the debuff is resisted. I think is what it reads as. You get a table?
Essentially, it doesn't take damage, but it takes debuffs.
Okay, I was the way I read that. I thought it was backwards.
Yeah, sorry.
Takes damage but no debuff.
Takes the damage but doesn't get the debuffs.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then I won't post the table. I'll keep it a surprise for now.
Uh-huh.
But it's going to take 4 additional D8 radiant, and then the D4 radiant that's just on the hit for that. That I guess I should probably just put into the weapon. But here we go. Another 20.
Wow.
Feel bad giving this to you after bitching so much. But how would you like to do this?
Sheesh really just does. Like, he sees his opening and there's blood in the water, so to speak. I'm literally just gonna, like, as soon as I see like an opening spot on there, I lunge with the first 2 attacks. I'm just gonna say, like, I make like an X right in the middle of her torso, like right in the breastbone. Actually, yeah, let's just right above the heart. So I mark the spot with an X, and then I pull out the nail and just plunge it right in there. And then since it's like it's radiant damage, and I'm flavoring it as white fire, but let's just say the whole thing just like immediately erupts. It's like when you kill like a what are they called in Fire Force?
Infernals?
The Infernals.
Yeah, like when an Infernal dies in Fire Force, it's just like immediately like, turns to like ash, just like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't, get on his knees and apologize.
No.
You don't even have a nun to pray for them.
Jupe, you feel the roots slacken and release you. Nara, you as well, as the roots they drop, all curling up, turning away into ash.
Jupe fires off his release shot into the now lifeless vine. Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Could have been
Anybody know
worse.
what that thing was? Why it was here? Oh wait, do
I
I
don't
know
know.
what that thing was? Why it was here? I'm a nature boy. I always forget I'm the nature boy.
You could give me an Arcana check, or
Can I roll
Yes.
Arcana with knowledge of Fae?
yeah.
So it's this.
I'm rolling Arcana with plant.
Oh yeah,
That
you're
was
also
really
a
bad,
plant
though.
boy. You probably have a better shot at this, actually.
Look at them; they're so good with their 28s.
Stain, you definitely got the sense that it was some kind of a fey creature, but creature is a little bit generous. Jupe, or Alistair, you definitely could tell that this was some kind of a plant being. It was using plants as essentially it's like a catalyst body. But Jupe, you're fairly certain that whatever this was some kind of essentially just like a guardian construct, essentially. It wasn't, you don't think that this thing was like sentient, really. It was just some kind of a lingering magic that was set here to defend this place.
Yeah, makes sense. Like a
Um,
guardian tree or whatever,
Essentially.
or a wrath of nature.
Something of Fey origin, but because Fey creatures and other spirits get pulled into the material plane, a lot of them need some kind of a physical body, and this one happened to be using plants and some kind of a tree.
Excellent.
It spread its root system throughout this courtyard, essentially to guard it. So I think the other sense that you get is that it'll likely kind of regenerate itself passively over some amount of time. It likely won't, if it does kind of like reform quickly, it's certainly not going to have its like full root system or anything. Like it probably won't be able to do much to defend this place.
Got
it. At least not immediately, but
perfect. Shouldn't be a problem for a while. We should not linger in there for a super long time, but it'll be fine.
You look hurt.
Yeah, let me get on this real quick. That was a lot of vines very quickly.
Starts gobbling good berries. We should probably get away from the vines or something.
Yeah, why don't we make our way inside? And we'll eat for a couple minutes.
He's going to collect a few lavender pieces, kind of, and stick them around the bag of holding, kind of.
Okay.
Just making a little, just hiding his face with lavender.
yeah, just putting them next to Tankard, sniffs the lavender and just sleeps a little
Maybe
bit
he'll
more
like it.
soundly.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe he'll like it. Maybe he'll rest even better with lavender. I'd leave him out here, but I'm worried wild animals will eat him. I have to take him with me.
Yeah, you guys see a couple of entrances. It's kind of up to you, whichever way you want to go.
So there's that gooey looking southern one. Is that goo? Spider webs?
It's almost like a sap, like a resin material.
What's it smell like?
Acrid.
Blech.
Like, oh god. Like something sour and chemically.
Like acetone?
Yeah. It's really unpleasant.
Allie, there's an ick.
Ugh.
You're good with those.
I guess I am good. Yeah.
Who's that guy? He just points at the gargoyle. Immediately squares up.
Oh no, it's fine. It's mine. I used some magic to adopt the chess piece for my own good. It'll only be around for like an hour and then it'll fall over, but
Looks highly jealous at the gargoyle.
I imagine it's a queen piece probably because that's the coolest one.
My liege, I would fall over for you in an instant.
Okay, well, fall over on this goop stuff and see if your body can burn it off.
As you wish.
But
And
goldfish!
leaps into the sticky substance and kind of like just gets stuck. The material is, you know, that like tacky kind of like glue that they send like fake, like temporary credit cards and other stuff.
Yeah.
That like tacky
Really
residue.
hard stuff.
That's what it feels like. It's very springy and rubbery, but it's like very much stuck to this wall.
It's like a hot glue, right? Kinda.
Kind of, but it's tackier. It's like it's still semi tacky. It's not.
It's not stylish. It's tacky.
Yeah, it's very tacky, filled with glitter.
Oh, that kind. It looks like little grits,
Okay.
stuff in it.
Well, I thought that would work, but oh well.
Does he need to get out?
Well,
Maybe we can't
you
go
could-
there.
You could give me an alchemy tools check.
okay. One second. I'm seeing if I get a bonus from this from Gabrielle's supplies.
Also an attunement, right? You just have a bonus for having them, I think.
No, they are attunement, but I do
Oh.
stay attuned to them because they've got some good bonuses.
Oh, nice.
Nope.
You're still
nothing.
out there. When?
So you get the sense that you could just theoretically you could just grab this stuff and rip it off. It would take a long time, or it would take a lot of force and be tough going. But you could theoretically just like cut through it. You think that the easiest way to get through this material is probably going to be freezing it. If you have any way to like do cold damage or something, it would essentially cause it to like solidify, and then you could just smash it. It would lose all of that kind of elasticity that is making it hard to like remove. The other option is you could theoretically try and burn it and just like melt it away. But given some of the smell that's coming off of it, you imagine that might create a toxic gas.
Right.
Right.
So Jupe and Nico can freeze it technically, right?
I can freeze water.
Can we just push the ice against it then?
Right. Like I could try to just like, if we have a bunch of water, I can freeze it against it. I don't know if that would work as well if somebody has like an actual ray of frost or something like that.
Yeah. Alistair gets the sense that you would need something that is actually like a ray of frost, like something that is going to actually freeze it.
Right.
Okay.
Like
I'll use chromatic orb with cold as the damage type.
Okay.
I think that'd probably work. And it's good thing
Well,
that
the
was an object, not a thing.
I think an actual one still misses it.
Shh.
Yeah, you line up this chromatic orb and you pitch it straight through a small gap in the sticky webbing substance, and you see it shatter against the back wall.
Nice shot.
I couldn't have done that if I tried.
Just a moment. Can I see through the hole? How far does it go?
It goes into an open room, and you can see more of this like goop in there. And there's also a circular ring of stones, almost looks like a well or like an oubliette of some kind. But it also has this like sticky substance kind of coating it and covering it up.
I don't know when I'm gonna go in there anyway.
There's
There's a lot of it.
I could theoretically get us all essentially completely immune to this stuff, but it would be most of my mana.
I think we should just take the easy route for now.
Yeah, maybe we just follow that and we'll find out if we really need to go in there later.
Okay.
Or even just like send one person in, maybe.
I still have my cool dream powers. I'd freeze it. Breath.
That would be pretty cool.
Or punch it frozen. I miss Atropos. Where are you, Trophy?
Who is entering the front door first?
Probably
I'll tank. He's gonna look for traps.
I'm looking for
Alrighty.
magic.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Passive is 30.
Passive 21.
That's with sight specifically, right?
Right, specifically. My passive for every other sense is 25.
25, yeah.
Watch them. I actually don't know if the what the fuck was that feat called? Observant feat only affects sight. Let me pull it up real quick.
That would be my assumption.
Is it to passive? It just says passive wisdom perception checks and passive intelligence investigator. It doesn't specify only sight. I mean, it also affects my other senses. This is why I can hear Jupe fucking behind the walls.
As you push into this room, you can see that the doors have been smashed inward. There's a big, char mark across them and across the floor. And about I don't know, like 20 feet ahead of you. You can see that the floor has collapsed inward, and you can see as you kind of like step up towards it, looking down, you can see that there is a big like pit filled with rusted spikes, and
Whoa,
there
watch,
seems
guys.
to be a body down there.
Oh, there's a body down there.
And I need you to give me a acrobatics or athletics check, your choice, as you hear a and and you feel something touch your back and attempt to shove you into the pit.
Oh God, hate it.
Yeah. Piss off, ghost.
Oh my God, it tried.
It really tried. Yeah, because the rest of you see apparating as it touches Stain's back. You see apparating out of an invisibility spell is a appears to be like a fox man with a backpack on his back. And Stain, you easily dodge out of the way, and you see this guy stumble as you.
I grab his backpack
Yeah.
in case he almost falls in.
Yeah, he does, and you grab his backpack.
Behind him, you see Jupiter was about to slip him over the edge, and he waited.
He's just holding him.
He just
over.
tried to kill you.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were. I
Who are
thought
you?
were one of them.
One of who?
The creatures, awful
Also,
little gremlins.
I mean, a little, but okay. Yeah, I tried to kill me, but he was really bad at it, so I feel sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry. Please.
What little gremlins? What are you talking about?
Who are you?
There's a lot of questions. My name's Mink. I'm an archaeologist. He's kind of like clutches at his clothes a little bit, very nervously.
Does that mean?
What do you mean?
What is an
What's his name?
archaeology?
It means I study history and ruins, that sort of thing.
It's really nice to meet you, Archie.
My name's Mink.
Mink.
But yes, I came in here with. And looks down at the body in the pit, but some awful little gremlins came out of the stonework, pushed my colleagues in. I panicked. I know a little bit of magic to hide myself. And you all came in after I heard the scuffle outside.
How long ago was all this?
A few hours, I imagine.
Fortunate timing. Is that your friend down there? And Jupe kind of carefully looks over the edge.
Yes.
I'm very
Want us
sorry
to
to
get him
hear
out?
that. Yeah, we can get him out if you want.
Don't know if I have much I could do for him.
Did he have valuable findings on him?
No, he had just gotten in.
Well,
Stuff for his family?
Personal effects for the... Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know his family. I just some mercenary I hired.
Ah, I
Oh.
see. Well, if you don't want to see a dead body, maybe look away.
All right. He looks away.
I don't know if I can use it like this. I don't know if I can repeatedly slip space to like pull this thing up towards us.
You can try. You're going to be fighting gravity.
Right.
It. Give me an arcana. Give me a spellcasting check.
Perfect. I have a backup if this doesn't work.
Does it look like Jupe is pulling an invisible rope as fast as he can? He's doing this.
You start to pull, and there's this awful like visceral sensation as you watch the body just like kind of like pull up, dragging out of these spikes, and then it kind of slips back down
Right,
from
back
gravity, and you pull it a bit further, back down a little bit further, and slowly, painstakingly start pulling it off of these spikes. Spurts of blood gush out with every pull, but eventually you kind of manage to yank it free.
I will. I guess I didn't think to do this beforehand. He's super dead, right?
You certainly looked dead.
Okay, all right.
I don't think you could get any deader.
I'm
It would
thinking
be
of
very
like,
impressive. It would be very impressive if he was alive.
right. I'm thinking of weird stories where people get like pinned, and as long as you don't pull the thing out of it, they live for a freakish long time or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, okay.
You pulled him so all the blood came out. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I am
They
like,
got trapped under a train or whatever.
yeah. I don't. As long as I don't hear like grunting or whatever, I'll assume it's just a corpse.
Or if they're
and-
like wolf, they're all Austin Powers.
right. Am I able to get him out with that, or does he end up stuck down there still?
He's still kind of like stuck. You freed him from the spikes, but it will be. You don't quite have enough like force to like fully pull him out.
Got
I
it.
got a grappling hook if we all want to fish him out.
I was gonna say, oh, that's smart. That's clever. I have an easy way to get him out, but it costs resources. Let's try fishing for him
Don't-
first.
Don't, we gotta get his body so we can, I don't know, bury him or something so he doesn't become a ghost.
Yeah. He should be laid to rest.
Yeah, well, I'm not strong enough to just yank him out so it can help.
So, are you all certain about this? It's rather. Oh
Don't-
God!
Now look,
Don't look. Don't look. This is gross.
My apologies.
yeah, don't look, murder mink.
While we're getting him up, you were just here to study the place. What do you know about the place?
Well, it's one of the temples dedicated to holding and. Sorry, my mind is fading on me. Archiving some of the great weapons from the 100 Years' War. It's said that it fell into disrepair after a violent attack. Oh God, the sounds.
Hey, does anyone have that magic teapot?
I do.
Yep.
Let's make him some tea or something out of this lavender. See if it calms him down a little.
Oh, delightful.
Here, let's go sit in the courtyard and drink some tea and not worry about what's going on here for a minute.
Pay no heed to the plant lady and her naked titties. I don't actually know if she has titties. Is she like Barbie
she's-
doll?
She's
kinda?
Ash now.
Oh, she is. Pay no attention to the ash pile.
As much as I'd like to join them for tea, give me the hook.
Right, here you go. It's a grappling hook. I haven't used it in a while.
If he has trouble getting it hooked, I can do the hooking part if he does the pulling part.
I'm looking fairly annoyed. Kwaku is slowly putting his glasses on.
Here, why don't you let me hook it and I'll let you pull.
I think we're
Eventually, you guys are able to lift it out. You guys get tea from Mink. You pull out this body. Seems to be a basic, like, probably mid 30s year old human, fairly fit. Doesn't have anything on them really. They have their armor. You can see that one of the spikes fully went through their right eye socket.
Ugh.
Dead.
Yeah.
No coming back from that, maybe.
Yeah, other than that, they don't seem to have anything on them.
You know their name at least?
It's Douglas.
Douglas.
Where'd you hire him?
Just a small town about, I think, 12 miles to the west.
How'd you get past the plants outside?
With invisibility.
That's clever.
Huh.
Did he have any weapons, armor on him?
Just whatever's down there.
This guy giving me any weird body language.
Give me an insight check.
35.
Damn, dude.
It seems a little weird for a mercenary not to have weapons on them.
Yeah. So, okay, was he a mage? Did he do the invisibility, or are you the mage?
I'm a spellcaster.
I see. All right. Okay, well, once we get the body out, I assume that we kind of slump it against a wall, prop it up somewhere until we can get it properly buried, or at least dealt with.
Cover up that eye hole somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw some scrap cloth over the face.
I've only got silk. I don't know. Is this okay?
Don't really have lesser silk.
It's required. This was a warrior fallen in battle. He should be treated with he should be treated with respect.
Well then, a fine bolt of silk. Do they come in bolts? I don't think they come in bolts.
Yeah, of course.
A bolt is too big. Okay.
Probably don't use a whole bolt to cover it up, but yeah.
No, I have 4 square yards of uncolored silk.
Yeah, it's definitely a bolt at that point.
Yeah.
Not like a
how
super
many
thick bolt, but
how many yards, I guess, to cover a body?
If you're covering
One
the
rod.
whole body, 2 square yards should do it.
2.
We usually just put them in boxes or like, deep hole. Digging a hole is gonna be really hard without a shovel. You got magic for that?
I don't.
Me either.
As we're kind of like having this conversation, I do lean in close to probably Allie. Like, I don't know if I buy this story.
Seems a little convenient.
I don't
They
know.
also got past the Dryad somehow.
I mean, he said he did it with invisibility, which makes sense, but
Hmm.
I don't know, just kind of fishy. Something smells off. I don't have any meaningful evidence. It just smells off.
What kind of creatures did you say pushed your friend here?
Gremlins, I believe.
Little gremlins. Dark, smoky skin, big teeth. Crawling out of the stonework, a big swarm of them.
Sounds absolutely dreadful. I'm going to start casting Detect Undead.
Do I know what a gremlin
Like-
is? Are they fake?
There are. He could be talking about a bunch of things. There are like imps and other little like offshoots of goblins that this could be.
It's just like a little catch-all term.
Kind of.
See a little
Yeah.
guy, that's a gremlin.
Kind of. Unfortunately.
Stains a gremlin.
I've been called one before.
Stains
He means
gremlin
cool.
affectionate though.
Instead of gremlin, the derogatory.
I think the other thing that you pick up on, Jupe, is Mink's backpack looks fairly full.
The other guy is the archaeologist, and he killed him and took his pack. Oh, I'm jumping to conclusions.
But yeah, what do you guys want to do? You guys, as you kind of come in here, you can see that there's an area where there was probably a door once, but it is fully collapsed in. And then there's a small, narrow gap that goes up to a set of stairs that seem to go to a second floor.
Oh, I get it. We came in from the right.
Yeah.
We did a little
Yeah.
flippy. We did a little flippy.
Yeah,
though.
sorry, I flipped the maps because I'm terrible.
That's okay. All right. Well, we're gonna be searching this place for a little bit of information. Welcome to tag along if you are quiet and careful and don't cause any problems.
Of course, I can be quiet.
Do I detect any undead within 60 feet as an action?
He said
You
nothing.
do not.
Okay.
Said nothing about not causing problems. Suspicious.
True. He's fey.
Does he ring up as Faye? Does anyone have that vision?
I don't think anybody has that.
Nope.
I used to. Not anymore, though.
But yeah, you guys are able to kind of squeeze through this area of rubble and head up the stairs.
I body block Kohaku from jumping to be a show off.
I didn't read those as stairs. I read those as a people mover, like a medieval people mover, and I don't know why. Now that you said stairs, and I'm like, oh, now I'm embarrassed. It is stairs.
It's because there's a solid drop shadow, so it reads as a box instead of as like a
Yeah.
rail.
Want me to go ahead?
So
I'll
majestic.
keep an eye on trap.
Haha. Jump.
He was tricking you.
You guys begin to head up the stairs. The second floor, you guys start to find that there's a lot of rooms up here. It's a big hallway that is covered in like cobwebs and things. As you guys are moving through here, you see a bunch of like small rodents and like raccoons and stuff scatter. It's very clear that they have like come into this place and have made it their home. But you start looking around, and there seem to be a lot of different basic living chambers, essentially. There's a couple of bedrooms, what seems to be a small kitchen and dining area. It's just this basic area for living. It's all in pretty heavy disarray at this point. Clearly, you could see a path of destruction that went further down the hall, and then disappears behind a collapsed wall. But yeah.
We love that.
I scamper up any tall thing that I can see to get a good view. Just kind of squint my eyes for traps.
I'm mostly following the like trail of destruction. I'm trying to figure out where this thing went once it got up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to can give me some their investigation or survival checks for tracking.
Sure. Nice, Nara.
Damn.
My passive investigation is 12, but I'm gonna roll investigation just because it's gonna be funny. Yeah, okay. That's a 6 minus 2 for a 4.
Okay, let's do these in order. Alistair, there is a point where you are kind of check some of the bedrooms out, and you can see that there's a old bed that has the mattress has been torn up by various animals, and underneath it you can see that they have like stuffed a bunch of stuff like uh, scrap cloth, straw, various like branches and leaves and dried stuff, essentially creating a little nest area. Um, and as you look at it, you catch a glint of something that is has like a really shiny, like silver, like a polished silver to it.
Uh huh.
That definitely like stands out from all the other mess that is in there.
Oh man, I guess I just shove my hand in there and grab it and eat it. I need to know what it is.
Okay. Yeah, you shove your hand in. As you do,
It takes 7 points of slashing damage.
a very a very large, rotund raccoon latches onto your arm and starts like biting at your armor.
Ah.
You pull your arm back, pulling out a long, slender, silver sword with a
Wow.
beautiful scabbard that is like jewel encrusted with like
Oh.
small, very like finely cut rubies. It's a gorgeous piece of craftsmanship, and as you admire it, you have this fat ass raccoon just chewing on your arm. It eventually kind of like falls off and scampers back into its nest and pulls a bunch of the like cloth and stuff back to cover itself up, and it starts like chittering at you very angrily.
Aw.
Sorry,
You
buddy.
disturbed its sleep.
I probably got some rations or something. I'll toss down to there as an apology.
Okay,
Just stole its sword. It doesn't want food.
toss it, some rations, and as you do, it comes out, and then 3 little baby raccoons come out and start eating at the rations.
Aww.
Aw. See, they don't need riches. They need food.
They all look up at you. Scamper back into their nest.
That's fair. I did invade your house. It's fine.
How will they defend themselves without the sword?
Well, probably the teeth and claws that they tried to kill me with.
I'm gonna leave him a little bit of travel safe meat.
Nice.
Probably
You
just
say
more like jerky or rations or whatever. I just have it marked in my inventory as 8 silver worth of travel safe meat. I think it was like specifically for cooking and stuff, but I'll give it a little bit of.
I thought you were gonna go give them a knife or something to make up for the sword.
I do have a few extra knives on hand now.
It depends on if you want to arm the raccoon or not.
Not the raccoon.
Leave the knife
A
right
knife.
next to the babies.
I'm teaching the raccoon to defend itself and do crime.
In what order?
Sometimes
So-
the same.
Sword is real cool though. It's not magical or anything, right? Just encrusted with a bunch of jewels and stuff. Good.
Give me an Arcana check.
It's cursed as fuck.
Definitely seems magical.
Oh.
After 30 days of being attuned to it, you'd become a raccoon family.
Oh. Specifically a family?
Specifically a family. Each of your limbs becomes a baby raccoon, and your body becomes the mama.
Right.
To break the curse, you had to reunite all the members.
What a way to go. That's
That's a lovely piece you found.
You become one single mousehold.
yes, it's very well constructed. I need to take a closer look at it. I feel like it might be magical as well. Though it's possible it's cursed and makes you turn into a family of raccoons. So I wouldn't touch it.
Suppose anything's possible. If you're worried about that, I could identify it for you.
I'm not too worried about it. I need the practice.
Let him
What
show
do we
us
call
his
it?
colors.
I am so with Kohaku, but I don't say anything out loud.
Let him show us his colors.
What?
I don't say anything out loud.
Mm,
Better than spending our resources identifying it.
A ritual. Or do we not do rituals? I don't
Missing a
remember.
point.
I guess I did waste that spell slot earlier on that ice for no reason. Give me a second. 18's pretty good for
Spellcasters, am I
Allie. I
right?
can
So fast
probably
and
read.
loose with their spell slots.
Yeah, up here. I'll let him. You can go ahead and identify it. That's fine.
All right.
Sweet.
Goes and takes out a little like pearl encrusted monocle, puts it over one of his eyes, and blinks a couple of times and begins incanting a spell.
Is he doing it ritual or is he like casting it?
He's doing a ritual.
Okay.
Just be a moment. As he's doing that, the rest of you guys are kind of like looking around. Nara, with your survival check, you can see that there is the path of destruction essentially goes through this hallway and seems to burst down another set of staircases. But the damage there has been pretty extensive and it's like caved in, and you don't know if you guys could necessarily dig your way through. However, as you're kind of looking around, you are able to find a handful of other pathways. One of which two of which are two separate staircases that head down, and then there's another thing. You find a door that is locked from this side, essentially with like a deadbolt or something.
I'll go ahead and unlock that just in case we approach it from the other side.
Yeah, you unlock it, and it opens up, and you see straight ahead of you, there is a massive statue that seems to have been metal or something, but over time it has been encrusted with like sediment and rust. Parts of it are kind of like cracked and peeling away. And as you open the door, you see the mouth of this can't really see what the statue was of at this point. It's so like caked with sediment and build up, but you see the mouth start to spark a little bit, and then
no.
whatever magic was going on fades and dies.
They were keeping this in.
And as you look in to your left, you can see the massive like hole that was burst out. This is where whatever broke out. But to the right of you, you can see one of the walls. The stone has actually like melted. It is like cooled, like hardened lava.
That's terrifying.
See that?
Huh. Is that a dragon?
Might be, yeah. It's big enough for it.
What they were keeping down here?
Looks like an altar.
Should we check for offerings?
Certainly
what
not
they
a
would have
Tyreek altar. Some other religion.
Whatever it was about to fire off some magic, but it's like gone dead or its power source has been cut off. I assume it was probably a trap, honestly.
Pretty ornate for a trap.
It is, but this whole place is really over the top, don't you think? Look at that door. That door's 10 feet wide.
Don't pay attention to the size of the doors.
It's a cathedral in here.
I could
have
take a look at the statue, but it'd take me an hour to make tools that I could chisel away at that with.
I'm just gonna kind of like go up there and study it and see if I can deduce its purpose, what the triggering mechanism was. Was this thing a construct, or is it just a statue with a spell embedded in it?
Sure. Yeah, give me an acrobatics or athletics check for reasons.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're able to scramble up, but literally as you're climbing up, you reach up to what you imagine was probably like a horn or something on the head, and as you grab it, it literally like snaps because of it's been rusted through so badly.
Oh, geez.
Like the whole thing has just been heavily worn from just damage and neglect. Essentially, you imagine that the opening from this hole and the just ocean spray and the salt water has just decimated this thing.
I'm gonna get down right away. I'm not gonna risk damaging this more.
As you do, what's your passive perception?
21.
Perfect. As the horn kind of snapped off, inside the head, you see the glint of something.
Okay, I'll carefully peek.
Okay. Peeking inside, you see what appears to be a strange ornate key.
Oh. Does it look like there was a normal way for this thing to have been opened?
Yeah. At some point, the head would have been able to, like, the jaw could have probably unhinged, but it's so, like, caked with rust that it can't move anymore.
I see. I'll go ahead and telekinesis that key out. I ain't sticking my hand in there. I like my hand.
Yeah. Good call.
Family of beavers.
Good,
attach your head.
easy way to get tetanus. Pull the key out. You have a strange key.
I found a key.
Oh. Why was it in there?
I
Slap his
assume
back as hard as I can.
I assume at
Good
some
job.
point all of this was meant to be like a trial chamber or something, and it's just been weathered with time.
Interesting.
The molten rock over here, does it look like did something burn through the wall to get somewhere, or was it just
Yes.
like burned? Okay, got it.
It seems to have melted the stone and then burst out this back wall.
Oh, I see. So they came from the other side, melted
From
through
the
this
other
wall.
side of that.
Got it. So can we see where this goes?
No, it's like fully like melted and like the ceiling has melted in and sealed that back up.
Got it. Understood.
All right, Kwaku is going to sit before this slag, this lava rock, cross-legged in a meditative pose. And project himself to the other side.
Oh, hell yeah. On the other side, you can see that there is a room. It's a fairly simple room, though it's heavily damaged. All of the and the reason that it's damaged is that there is a hole in the center of the floor. There was furniture there. The furniture is damaged and kind of like fallen in towards where this hole has like essentially the whole like room has kind of like fallen inward, almost like a sinkhole. And you can see down into this pit. And down at the bottom, you can see a glistening pool of water, probably about, I don't know, 70 feet down. And you can see the glitter of metal at the bottom.
Natural water, perhaps the Perhaps the water table, it looks clear, it looks fresh, filled with tiny metallic, golden, maybe something, hard to say, a hole in the floor, 70 feet down. The creature or thing that produced the flames that melted the stones and destroyed the wall did not come directly from there. It came perhaps even from below. And then he sort of refocuses and stands up. We may be dealing with a dragon.
That would save us the time of finding it.
While he was meditating, I drew on his face.
Kaku has not noticed.
Beautiful.
Just a little like circle around one of his eyes.
Yeah. By the way, we're out in the wilderness. He won't notice for days.
Oh no!
At least. I've done it.
Hilarious.
What did we
He has a monocle now.
Oh, the sword. What'd you find?
It's beautifully crafted, though it does seem to be fairly mundane. Incredibly sharp and light, easy for the wielder to use. In mechanical terms, it's a +2 longsword.
Oh.
Hmm.
Otherwise, nothing of particular note, just a couple of basic cleaning enchantments to keep it well polished.
Well done, friend. You may want to hang on to it. Better armed than unarmed.
Are you certain?
At least
For
until we
now.
get out of here. Yeah.
I'd hate to take it you all did find it after all.
We'll take it when we part ways. But hold on to it in case we get in a scuffle.
You know, way
Of
to
course.
defend yourself. I mean, you have spells, but just in case.
Oh, right. You're a mage.
Yes,
Are
certainly.
you any good at combat?
I've been trained at least a little bit. With this, I'll certainly be better than with anything else.
Fair.
Fair.
Yeah, hold on until we get out of here.
Very good.
There's
where
going to
are we
be like
headed?
40 enchantments on that thing, and he's not telling us.
Yeah. I'm so eager to take it and do our own identification and see if it lines up.
Yeah. It's okay. It takes like an hour to attune, right?
Yeah. All right. Well,
What have you all found?
a key of some sort. And it looks like there's a
Fascinating.
room on the other side of this melty bit that he was able to scry on, with a hole going way down to a water table. Apart from that, though, I think it's kind of a dead end. Unless we want to jump back down to the courtyard here.
I don't know if it's a spring or the water table. Like, it. Are we in the mountains? That's 70 feet down. Or are we closer to sea level?
You guys are above the courtyard is about 50 feet above sea level.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's probably the table.
Yep.
Mink, what can you tell us about this place? More than like what we kind of know. It's a house for artifacts, I think.
Yes, I believe that according to my studies, it was used to house Excalibur, the sword that ripped the moon from the sky.
Whoa.
You realize that's blasphemy.
No, I believe that's history, actually.
Not my history.
Hashtag not my history.
Well,
He's kind
Yes,
of covering the side of his mouth. He's from the moon.
apologies. But yes, I believe that's at least what they say. This place was guarded for many centuries after the 100 Years' War, and I believe about 2 decades ago, I believe, is when they said that the this was attacked terribly, and everyone was those remaining attendants were slaughtered. It has remained in ruin since. Nobody has been allowed to enter.
You say 2 decades ago?
Yes.
That was before I was even born. Okay, it wasn't Tankard or Goblet then.
Well, it's a relief.
A bit off my conscience, yeah.
All right, so we had a couple of ways down. Where else can we go?
There's the sticky entrance, which we could still check. 2 stairs leading out of the living quarters. And then, wasn't there a third entrance in the courtyard that we didn't check?
I think so. Kohaku, you're getting really in tune with your spirit stuff. How did you find out that there's stuff down there?
I don't know if I want to attribute that to a magic item or to like spiritual growth or like something I already always had. I'm not sure. I still haven't figured that out.
It's weird because it feels like what Choji did drew something that was part of you already.
Narratively, I think it makes sense if it's coming from the collection of shards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the third entrance that you guys have is the weird, like, a resiny slime area.
Gotcha. Why don't we go try one of the stairs down from the living quarters then?
Right.
Yeah.
Meg, can you do ice spells?
I'm afraid not.
Fair enough.
Can do a little bit of fire.
Ali said that that's going to make toxic fumes. Bad for you guys. Okay for me.
If we
Noted. No fire then.
at least around that sap.
We could do it. We would just need to have ventilation to blow the fumes away.
Yeah.
All right.
If we get to the point where going in that sticky room is the only thing left to do, I can make at least one of us immune to sticky to go scout it out. For now, though, let's go back to the living quarters and take whichever downward staircase is closer to the melted room.
Okay.
By the way, Stan, I mostly just use that power to watch Jupiter and Allie.
Okay.
It's kind of the only entertaining thing that happens at camp.
Yeah, I know.
So I lied to you guys.
Okay.
There are three staircases that go down.
Got it.
One of which has a sort of like acridity smell. Smells like that slime chamber.
Right.
The other has you can feel air. Like there's a clear breeze coming up from it. And then the last one has a bit of a more like ornate kind of like door, and it seems to be in slightly better condition.
Have we check the acid room first?
It's
Wanna
one
try
I
the
at least
acid room?
want to go into. So yeah, sure.
Okay. The sticky sap room.
You wanna unstickify me so I can go in there?
Well,
if it's poisonous or anything, I'll be fine.
Let's all get as far as we can without getting any tools involved, and then we'll see what we see.
All right.
You guys head down this staircase carefully. And the deeper you go, the sharper this like this awful like acetone smell gets. And eventually there's a door at the bottom.
Is it locked?
Doesn't seem to be. But as you go and test it, it does seem locked, but there is like resistance to it. You probably have to
Must
like
be the goop.
shoulder check it to open it.
It won't budge. Someone help.
I do remember that we found at least one trapdoor already.
All right. I'll check for traps.
Sure. Give me a Give me a perception check or investigation.
Passive 30.
As you kind of like push on it, you can definitely see that there is some of that sap that seems to be like sticking it closed. Think with a little bit of force you can open it, but you don't detect any traps per se.
I don't see any traps or any weird mechanisms on it. I think it's just stuck.
Perfect.
Some goop. Some
Uh,
choop goop.
Jupe looks over to the strong people.
People with it plural, like we have more than one.
We have two.
I guess we have
Quite
two.
strong.
Numbers pretty strong too. I mean, compared to everyone else, like we got our two strong boys and Nico, I think.
I'm just waiting to be asked.
Kohaku
Lord
and
Kohaku,
Nara.
please open the door.
Right.
I will try.
Hey!
No!
Shoulder
Kohaku.
chicks.
Kohaku, you shoulder check it, and it slams open a little bit, and then Nara just lifts up a boot and kicks it wide open. There's a snapping of the it's essentially like snapping a hot glue stick. Essentially, the door swings open wildly. See this like awful goop hanging off of it.
Good teamwork. Good. I loosened it.
Great job, strong boys. Where's your gargoyle, Allie?
Oh, I left it in the goop upstairs.
You just left it up there.
It lasts for an hour, but like I thought it was gonna be more worth effort than it was worth to get it out.
You just left it?
Yeah, it'll disappear after an hour. It's just made out of magic.
It would be my greatest honor to disappear for you, Master.
Kind of
You
sad.
hear
From the horse's
you
mouth.
hear echoing from up above you, and you guys see this room.
Ooh, I hate it.
Up above you, you can see where the like light from the oubliette area, and you can hear the echoing of your mechanical servant. You guys have come in from this upper door up here.
Jupe takes one look at this room and is like, nope, not fucking with this. And he taps himself with the freedom of movement.
You guys do see two other doors on the opposite side.
Okay.
It is kind of up to you guys if you want to pursue that or just turn around and check the other paths.
Quick perception check here first. What's that stuff? Oh, that's just grates.
It's light from like
Yeah.
I didn't have other lighting options, so it's just the light that's piercing through the
There.
slime and stuff.
So I'm gonna pretend there's no grates.
Cool. As you were looking, Kohaku.
Jupe looks for spiders.
Being very careful not to touch any webbing.
Yeah, you don't touch any webbing.
The webbing touches you, though. This is a good basis for a horror story.
I'm just now realizing we put Biscuit alone in a, well, not alone, but first to enter a room
web.
with a sticky web.
That was my choice.
It's all over. It's all over.
It's all over now.
Beautiful.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my god, Drade. Oh my god, Drade.
I'm ready.
You guys watch as Kohaku steps forward, brave as can be, and then from the ceiling, a thick glob drops, fully coats Kohaku.
Oh no.
He is fully engulfed.
Glorp.
Take 16 points of bludgeoning and acid damage.
That could have been worse.
As like suddenly there's a thoop, 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 as more of these thick globs of ooze drop from the ceiling. And we're gonna roll initiative.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So did that count as a missile attack I could perhaps possibly deflect?
It didn't, but I like the hustle, so roll me a d20. On an 11 plus, I'll let you. No.
Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry to disappoint.
It wasn't meant to be.
You being caught in goop was always meant to be.
Ordinarily, it wouldn't necessarily be acid goop that is also everywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna have to clean that out of your fur and kimono and clogs and just everything. Maybe it'll wash out in the river. The good news is with so much lavender, we can just sort of use it as fragrance. But Feck, wow, we're all 20 plus, except Ali, who's at 6.
We killed it.
You guys have fun in combat. I'll see you in an hour. Combat doesn't take that long. But...
Don't be so sure.
Drake made walking sacks of HP for us. Damn, she's 26. Can hear someone typing. Do we hear the spider dance theme from Undertale? Or do
I
we
think I'd like
hear
to.
something goopy?
Probably something goopy.
Oh god, there's so many, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah. You realize at this point that this is essentially like an ooze. Like an ooze has moved in here and turned it into like a propagation
Orgy
chamber,
pit.
Oh boy.
and it has just been multiplying for probably quite a while.
How do oozes multiply? Do they just mitosis?
Kind of, yeah. They just split periodically. That'll bring us to Sheesh. Start kicking things off.
Oh, geez. Well,
They're not made of wood. You'll be fine.
I guess I'll start with one of the big guys. I'm gonna run up here. Yeah, Hunter's Mark. It. Bonus action, Hunter's Mark. On this red one right below me. Here comes the attack.
Perfect.
.21 is the lowest.
Cool. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. All three of those hit.
Sweet. Some sneak attack and some Hunter's Mark. And the main. And 3 points of bleed. Yeah. That's me.
Perfect. That'll bring us to Kohaku.
Oh well. Am I restrained or what's going on with that? We know.
No, it's just kind of like on top of you, but it's goopy.
Ooh.
You can slip out of it.
I guess let's knock this thing out. Yep. How'd that do? 24 for 16.
Perfect. That absolutely hits.
I'm going to follow that up with a bonus action flip kick. Oh, that's a miss.
Oh, that hits.
Oh, fantastic.
Limes, it seems.
Then I have one more splash.
You stomp on it and it just goops, splatters out, and ceases moving.
Pop over here to the dust. Oh, what? Correct!
Damn. And then you come over and fully eviscerate the second one.
Hell.
And that's me.
It's me.
It's you.
I think Jupe is going to start by backing away from these two.
Okay. Or both take swings.
One.
Missing.
I will use my bonus action to fire a star shot at the middle one. Let me double check. I think this is just going to be a power shot. Yeah, true. Here's this. 23 for 11.
Yep, that does it.
Wonderful. As the shot impact, a bunch of little tiny motes of starlight spin out from the point of impact and begin to like spin around in a circle. And Jupe is like moving that circle around, deciding where to drop it. And I will hold my action to drop a Freedom of the Wave once I see how these oozes move, and hopefully as they come towards us.
Okay. That brings to Staley.
Do you see this cone, right?
I do.
Can I get all these people here with a cone?
Yeah. I'll let you have it.
He's gonna do a little backflip here, and he's going to land on kind of all fours and his mouth kind of opens, and you see these shadows just kind of pull into his mouth, and he releases a big old wave of darkness, and he screams, "Aurora of Annihilation! Death Vacuum Breath!"
God, he's such a Digimon.
He's such a Digimon.
Oh,
19 succeeds?
no, it doesn't because these boys got a
Negative
-2.
wisdom? The most effective AoE you've ever given me, Trick.
Yep, that was pretty good. Fully annihilate 4 of them.
He hops back up onto his feet. Let me mark that as used.
Beautiful.
I think that's all he can do. He doesn't do much with bonus actions. He's gonna move forward, I guess. Yonder.
Awesome. That'll bring us to Nara.
I think first things first. Nara's going to try and sack this guy.
Alrighty.
Fire.
The 1 unfortunately misses, but the 30 will hit.
Yeah. I'll do 1 more.
Ooh.
Oof. Yeah, Nico comes over, bites into this thing, and tears it open like almost like tearing open a garbage bag, and all of this ooze spills out of it.
Nico, how does it taste?
It's like a cat smelling something it doesn't like.
Yeah, probably bad.
Mink.
That's the guy, the golden jackal.
Yeah.
I was wondering who that was.
He is going to say, "Thanks for the swords, suckers."
There it is.
Runs back, is going to cast a fireball.
Woo.
So the attack of opportunity.
If he runs from me, yeah.
Yeah. He is absolutely running from you and shutting the door behind him, but you can get a swing on him.
Damn. I mean, we saw it coming, but
16 misses.
Damn it.
Damn.
I do need
how many of us?
everybody except for Kohaku to make a dexterity saving throw.
I might burn inspiration on that. Yeah,
My
I sure
gosh.
am. Much better.
Okay, DC was 17. So I think all of you save. You take
Yay.
half damage.
I take no damage.
Yeah. So take 15 if you don't have evasion or something.
Resistance.
Or resistance.
Does Nico make the save also?
Nico also needs the save.
I can't remember if he's
I-
immune or resistant.
Immune to fire.
Oh, he doesn't care.
Just feels nice to him.
Where'd he go? He got deleted.
Oh, I didn't do that, did I?
I don't know. He disappeared from the map. Oh, there he is. Why does he have a snail on him?
He's forever slowed.
Yeah, it's because I fucked up. Because
Oh,
I'm
there you
bad. Because I'm a bad DM, okay? I try.
You're a great
I
daddy
worked-
master.
I worked so hard on this dungeon. And I'm so glad that you let me fuck you guys with Mink.
He's not gonna get away.
Oh, he's gonna get away because, fortunately, Stain warned him about the byproduct of the slime and fire.
Oh, great.
And I do need all of you guys to give me Constitution saves as the room fills with blistering toxic smoke.
But do I need to?
You don't because you're immune to poison.
Okay. Hey, you want me to come after him?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. I think he got most of the slimes.
That was nice of him at least.
Everyone okay after the fireball? Oh no, Jupe.
Ellie's gonna remember last second to hold his breath and add a 6 to that for a 20.
Nice.
Jupe, you take 24 points of poison damage, and the rest of you take 12.
Vomiting cat sounds.
Mink runs off, and then these guys are all going to dash.
Where? Oh right, they're slimes. They don't move very fast.
They're coming for you. That's their turn. Brings us to these guys.
Yeah,
A
fuck
little
me
bit
for
faster.
not immediately spraying for murder. Right, guys? Oh, they're being icky. They're going all over the place.
Okay. Two of them didn't have to dash, so they are going to do a couple of attacks. One's going to attack Kopaku. Missing. And one's going to attack Stain. Missing. Finally,
We're in the soup.
the biggest boy.
Oh, that's a circle.
They're going to move there. And they're going to take an attack at Stain.
Make a big circle?
No, that's Jupe.
Oh, that's Jupe doing something.
17,
Gotcha.
16 miss.
Yeah.
Um,
My AC is one lower, though. It's 22 instead of 23.
that's them. And that brings us to Alistair, unless Jupe you
Ready
want
to
to,
action. Yeah, my ready action. Good
yeah.
go. So I move my diegetic targeting circle to about this location, and there is a sudden burst as waves kind of crest up in here. Everything in here, except for myself, Nara, and Stain, needs a strength saving throw.
Wow.
Do they have a +4 to strength? Stain, or sorry, yeah, all of us automatically succeed.
Okay, cool. And
One
nothing
of them
happens, it
does.
says?
Did not roll high enough, though.
Oof.
I'll take 8 bludgeoning damage.
And if they can be prone, they're knocked prone.
Can't slime suit
They
prone?
cannot.
Kind of figured that might be
Oh,
the case.
fair enough. Then you can teleport?
I could, but only to other places within the area. I'll at least just like bump out a little so I'm out of this thing's reach.
Yeah. Ali!
Alistair. No.
Yeah.
What do you mean, though?
Stan and
I'm,
Nara are there.
So it's fine.
He knows to let me have it.
I'll squeeze up against this door here, and I'm gonna cast Lightning Bolt because there's a perfect line and I need it.
Are you including me in it?
If I need to, you can dodge. It's fine.
I don't mind. I've said before. Watch me dodge lightning.
Yeah, Nora's faster than lightning.
That's a lot of failures.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of lightning damage.
55 is a pretty good lightning damage. You're hitting 6 things? That's hot.
Yeah, I saw it, and I'm like, well, that's what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, let me roll my save. I think I'm in the area.
And you guys both succeed. It's fine.
No damage for me. I don't know if Nara has evasion.
I should, but no.
I'll fix
It's okay.
fix you up later.
Like, don't worry, I'll heal you.
Just ignore the searing pain. It'll all be worth it because I got to do a bunch of damage. So
You look cool with your fur all spiked up like that.
it is true.
Very rebellious.
And
Thanks.
then, are there any gaps in this door at all, or is it like pretty solid?
It's pretty solid.
Okay.
Is it open inside here or outside?
Opens inside.
Ooh, it's gonna be hard to pull it open.
Gonna be hard to pull it open.
If you're squeezed there, you might have disadvantage, or like they might have advantage on you because you're squeezing.
Yeah, I'll move back out.
There you go. Squirt. Oh, it split.
Oh, we're splitting. Uh-oh.
They're doing the thing that slimes do.
Why'd they do that?
We love it when they do that.
We love it when they do that.
Gonna push the button on my timepiece. 10. Okay.
that mean?
It's just set to 10 o'clock, which means my melee attack range is increased by 10 feet, but not really helpful at the moment.
Okay.
I don't think I have a good bonus action at the moment. Immediately after me, the construct is going to try to get free now that he has a purpose again.
Sure. Give me a athletics check. Then.
Let's see. They have a +4. That's 18.
Yeah, he pulls himself free.
Okay. He will.
I'm coming, my lord.
What's this guy? Where'd you get him? Why is he so simpy?
I swear I didn't program him to be simpy with magic. It just happened.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Have you tried throwing salt on him? That worked for the last sidekick.
Well, he's not a spirit. He's a construct. It's different.
I miss Cloud Boy.
He's still with me in my heart.
You did say there's a bit of him inside all of us.
But I'll have him move down here however he can, because I know the rooms were connected. He has a movement speed of 30, but I don't think he can fly, so he might just fall on his face.
Yeah, you know what? Give me one more athletics check with him.
Nat 20 for 24.
Yeah, his love for his liege is insurmountable, and he tears through the slime, leaps into the oubliette, kind of ping pongs back and forth along the rubbery slime, and slams down in the middle of the room.
Whoa.
Fantastic. I love him.
Has he earned your affections now?
And you better watch out
For the gargoyle.
for the gargoyle construct, who will be gone in like 20 minutes.
Well, you seem to have an attraction to temporary things.
Damn.
Oh,
I don't know if
God.
you said that in character. that might have
It's
all
your-
been me.
It's your hottest quality.
Well, with that one, I think we're gonna pick up here next week.
So yeah,
Yes.
top of the round. Yeah.
At the top of the round, as Mink flees, you guys are locked in a poison-filled chamber surrounded
Oh, is it
by
locked?
oozes.
Did he lock it?
Not locked, but shut.
Yeah, slam
I
the
do-
door shut.
I
Yeah.
do need to know if it was just like a piddly action or a full action to open that door, because I'm going after him.
There's an item interaction to open the door.
Yeah.
It's so wild not playing a chase character.
Don't worry, I'm the chase guy now.
Yeah, it's you
Yeah.
guys get a chance to be the chase
He
character.
smelled blood.
It's my
I
favorite.
want my sword back. If that's actually Excalibur, I want it.
Did you imagine?
I got Excalibur
You got
given to me by
Excal-
Rexy.
Excalibur in a raccoon nest.
That does sound like something that would happen in some sort of like JRPG. Reach into your raccoon nest, find the legendary sword.
Yeah, you just get it at the very beginning of the game because a raccoon.
Oh, sword in the stone. The raccoons are kind of like rocks.